She was up for a threesome, so who was the third? Would Chris do life in prison to protect his bird? I heard she can go like the clappers. That brown bikini goes right to my knackers.
Oh, 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 let me get behind you, Nico. Passenger, get addicted to your hoes. Passenger gives me thrills. Oh, Passenger, I'm addicted to your hoes. Passenger gives me thrills. She's a devil. She's a devil. Tramadol pill. Passenger gives me thrills. Passenger gives me thrills.
He was a sex magic 9 times a day. The things I would do to that body, thinking of how Nickel got away.
So this is Nutterwatch. Hi, you with Scott. I'm super chuffer. It's midnight. It's always midnight. We got a new thing. Oh, what's that? What's that? I'll put you above my head in a minute. But first of all, got a new thing. What's that? Oh, tonight we're going to react to Angry Alan's response to the Nicola Bulley documentary, specifically the bit where I was in it again, and also he tells you the part he played. And it gets trippy basically, and there's some things to say. We might have a little look at Paul Arnott, and we might have a little look at Reminder of Jason Dean Rothwell as well. But see about the time, see about the time. But mainly we're going to be reacting to our favourite, innit? He's our favourite, isn't he? Is he our favourite? Is he your favourite? Is it working? Am I on? Can you see me? Is it working? Am I on? Is it live?
Way with murders gets me rock hard. True crime is my favorite hobby.
I'm in my armchair, jerking myself dry to all the most horrible things. I'm a sadist, wrote a fuck up, but cock rings and vinegar piss. Oh, 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 let me get behind you, Nico. Passenger to your
holes.
Passenger
Gives me thrills. Sing it. Can you sing it? Passenger, I'm addicted to your hoes. Passenger gives me thrills.
She's a devil.
The devil.
I need my tramadol pill.
Passenger gives me thrills.
She was a sex magic 9 times a day. The things I would do to that body, thinking of how Nickel got away with murders gets me rock hard. Crime is my favorite hobby. I'm in my armchair, jerking myself dry to all the most horrible things. I'm a sadist, gonna fuck all the cock rings and vinegar piss.
Oh, 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 let me get behind you, Nico. Oh, 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 Passenger, I'm addicted to your hole. Passenger gives me thrills. Passenger, I'm addicted to your hole. Passenger gives me thrills.
She's a devil, I need my tramadol pill.
Passenger gives me thrills.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the sound of Halloween with a look. Listen, I didn't do a special song for Halloween or anything, but ladies and gentlemen, with the background music with Passenger Gives Me Thrills instead, may I present to you the sound of Halloween, or the look of look, there's a swamp donkey there, right? Oh, what's this? Hang on, don't do it too fast because the black background will go too fast. Oh. Drum roll, please. Presenting to you. It's Halloween, look. Well, it's October, so we've redone the background. What do you think? What do you think? Swamp donkeys. Skeleton man. Well, it could be a lady. What were those hips? It's a man. And the pumpkin, as promised. This swamp donkey, as the tag says, is from the Donkey Sanctuary, and that's a skeletal dog. Ruff. And that's the candle. Skeletal dog, candle. It's What do you think? Do you like it? Do you like it? Do you think it's good? Looks all right, doesn't it? I think it looks all right. I mean, I had to come in on my day off to do that, so, you know. Swamp donkeys for Halloween. It's a Halloween / swamp donkey theme. Right? As the month progresses, we go towards October. We're going to start playing. Well, we are going to play scary games on the internet, on the Twitch stream, and it's October, so you know, themed, isn't it? But as the month goes on, we can move the Skeleton Man around, if you like. He can appear in different places. He's mobile. Well, he's not. He's got, you know. Yeah, so it looks a bit snazzier. So there you go. Do you like that? Where's the swamp donkey gang in the? You're not a swamp donkey. Who is a swamp donkey and who's not a swamp donkey? Should we have? Do we need a poll? I mean, is there a poll to do? Just swamp. Who is a swamp donkey? Hands up if you are a swamp donkey. Can we have hands up if you are a swamp donkey? No one? No takers for being a swamp. I thought a swamp donkey was cool, actually. I thought it sounded good. Just, you know, things move, don't they? We used to be mimps, chuffragettes. We can be swamp donkey. I thought it was. If you don't want to be a swamp donkey, you don't have to be a swamp donkey. No one's forcing you to be a swamp donkey. It's fine. No, you just sit. No, you stay there. No, you just stay there. We'll all swamp donkey. I'll swamp donkey for you. No, I'll swamp donkey around you. You just lift up your feet. No one's forcing you to swamp donkey. You can just stay there. No, it's fine. It's fine. If you don't want a swamp donkey, then don't. No. I'll put them back. No, I brought them all the way up from. No, I'll put them back. But later on, don't go asking me for swamp donkey, because that'll be. Once they're put away, they're put away. You say you don't want one now. That's it. You don't want one. No swamp donkey. Are you one? I don't know who is one. Oh, you weren't named and shamed. I see. Right. What is a swamp donkey, and how did you qualify? I wasn't sure, but apparently it means you're sweaty and you like sex, which is basically all of us. I mean, well, I've been known to do both. Anyway, how are you all doing? Today's an interesting day, isn't it? Because we've got further reaction from the Nicola Brulis documentary. I've slept on it a bit, and I do think they were trying to stitch me up. And we're going to see tonight, in the background, Alan was trying to stitch me up too, apparently. Like, to poison the well. It gets a bit like, you know, it gets a bit sad, I think. Sad probably is the word for it. Sad. He does do a review of the documentary, like he does watch it. But I'm not going to watch his review of the documentary in its entirety. Like, we could pick on it a bit here and there. Like, he does do some speaking. Later on, he does basically no speaking. Once he's made his point about the fact that Super Chuff is bad, he basically does no speaking. But, like, it is worth... How do I say this? All right, Kessinger gives you thrills. You can shut up now. It's interesting that Alan, he basically... I'm just going to get some relaxing background music on. He basically changes tack and says that we should basically shut down... people on the internet from saying what they think about true crimes, and that he is now a good person who has apologised for all his misgivings and things he said, and he's now basically a good person, and he doesn't do true crime anymore, of course, but he's just going to veer into it with this episode because it's important to him again, and with the Gainer Lord stuff, but he doesn't do true crime anymore because of the families, for the love of the families, which is completely a lie. He's doing it because he's getting sued by the family, so that's why he doesn't do it anymore. Like, he's just a liar. Like a full-on liar. So that'll be interesting. Let me pop you out and get you off my head. How about that? You like that, don't you? Do you want to get popped? You ready to get popped? Right, popped. You've been popped. There's one stage of this. You get popped. And I don't know what the day of the month it is, right? But membership gifting. Gift membership to channel viewers. You'll give... Like, for some reason, I can't gift... in the live stream like I normally should be able to as a content creator, but I think we can do it. Get this, we can do it in the premieres. So look out for the premieres of videos on this channel, because I think it's some sort of YouTube glitch, I think I have the ability to do it in the premieres, but for some reason not in the chuffing live stream, which is strange. But if it comes around to the start of the month, which I think it recently has done, we're due some free gifted memberships from me. So look out for the premieres that will be coming up, as they inevitably do. Because I'm trying to press that button now and it's not working. Right, let's get you popped and let's get you on the screen as well. See if I can do that. That would be fun, wouldn't it? Whoa. You're definitely on the screen now. You're too on the screen. Way too much on the screen. If anything, it's too much of you and not enough of me. Well, the same of me. What sounds bad? Getting popped. Oh, it's good. Well, you don't know. Oh, it sounds bad in America. I just popped. The chat was in a window and I had to pop you out. So there you are now. Well, there you are now. Look, in the way, if anything. Can you move? Can you move? If you want to put anything in chat now, now's the time. Because look, what do you want it? We could keep it like this if you want. There's no reason for you to, you know. You get comfortable there, and I'll just do the show around you. I'll just work around you. If you could just hang on. I'll go over here. Mainly. Does this work for you? Doesn't really work for me. I mean, it can work for me for about 20 minutes. If you can be done in 20 minutes, I can hold it here for 20 minutes. How about that? If I stop talking to me and start concentrating, because you're going to need to hurry up, because I'm not going to hold this forever. Do you know what we could? We can do it a different way if you want. Look, check this out. I always put you above my head, but if you like, I can pop you down here if you want. You'd be down there then. When I talk to you, I've got to look down there. Kind of works. I'll be down there if you want. I mean, where do you want to go? Do you want to go on top or on? I just realised what I'm saying. I just realised what I'm saying. You naughty swamp donkeys. Let's get you up on top. Bad swamp donkeys. Can't see the swamp donkey if I pull this down, but that's how it works. It's a background thing. You've seen it now. You've seen it now. It's the background, so that's how it works. It's gone now. Look, don't get excited. It's back. It's gone. It's back. I'm here. I'm gone. It's back. Don't get excited. We'll get a little bit excited, but just enough ready for the show. Just that amount of excited. How about that? So tonight we're going to watch Alan, I suppose. You promised, you get what you promised, and we might as well get straight into it. When this relaxing music can stop being so fucking exciting, start being a little bit more tranquil and relaxing. Thank you very much. Right, here's Alan.
You can see and hear me. What?
Yeah, wait, that's 20 seconds in. No, let's start from the start.
Okay. I think I've got it. Sherlock Holmes. It's the Armchair Detective. This is gin. Or is it gin? Or is it soda water?
Right, I think he might be drunk. Maybe. He's not in his usual room, is he? Wonder where he is. Big ups, Red Fan. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships so early. Thank you very much. Oh, I forgot. Get the buttons out. Well, let's get the buttons out for that. I've got a new one. You're going to hear it a bit today.
I done a murder. I'm a cat. I done a murder. Bang. Fact. I done a murder. I'm a cat.
Thanks very much. And you'll hear this.
I done a murder.
A little bit later, so look out for it. Get it on your bingo card. I done a murder. When you hear that, everyone shout it in chat.
Fact. Bang. I'm a cat.
So he might be drunk. He seems to be a little dishevelled, out of sorts. He's shaved his beard in a different way. He's gone for the goatee, and it looks like he's been taken for a haircut. Someone's obviously seen him and thought he looks awful, and they pull him up. And he's at one of the other places. It could be a hotel, but I think it might be. You'll see why I think it might be a family home that he's staying at. Maybe he's having another one of those breakdowns.
Let me know if you can see me. I've definitely got it going. Definitely got it going, he says. I think. Anybody see me? You can see and hear me. Wow. And you can see me and hear me. Honestly? This is amazing.
Now, I don't know if this is because I watched yesterday, right? Because I wasn't live. And he had it fucked up. It went down. He had to start it all again. And I don't know if that happens midway through or if he's deleted that VOD and started a new one. So we'll watch out for that. But the reason it's working so seamlessly and people are already there is because I think he was already 10 minutes into his previous stream and it broke and went as a problem, and then he had to delete that video and restart. So I think that's why, and it still took him a minute to get started.
Your videos. It's just me having trouble then.
Just you having trouble, yeah, there you go. So he was having trouble, so I think he deleted that one, and you're just never going to get to see it, which is a shame, but it was about 10 minutes of him going, why isn't it working, why is it working, why can no one see me? And they were in the chat saying, we can see you, and then he turned it off and started again. Big up Swordbod, thank you for the gifted membership, thank you.
Bang! Fact.
Same. The exact same.
Now that is one true statement.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Ah, right. We're on the same page. How are you all?
Gosh.
Just give me some sign, little.
Give you some sign. Let me just check that, because I assume he will have deleted it, but literally me and my sister watched him live yesterday. Like, she was laughing at him as well, and I assume he will have deleted it. Yeah, like there would have been 2 videos here then. One, that it came to an abrupt standstill after 20 minutes because he couldn't make it work, and then he started again. Maybe that's the case, or if we're lucky, it might be in this broadcast, but I don't think it is. I don't know.
Sign it. I'm here,
We'll see.
guys.
Or it might be happening now,
This is about Nicola Bully.
or maybe it's not.
Are you ready to hear the story? I'm not getting anything in chat.
Oh, it might be happening now. I would remind you as well, Alan, with his wonderful special mind. The search for Nicola Bully, new doc, AD tells you space the part he played. He looks like a nutter. My sister said when she watched it, ad, what does ad mean? And I said, well, it's in the bottom. It says it in the bottom corner, like, it's got the blue. It says blue ad. And you can't see it because I've cut it off with my frame. But she said, does that mean it's an advertising? And I said, no, this is ad. Alan is the Armchair Detective. And she went, oh, AD, not AV, like Alan Vinnicombe. And I said, no. And she said, well, no one's going to think this. They're going to think this is an advert. They're not going to think this is, Big ups, Curious Cat.
I'm a cat.
And
also,
do's and we don'ts.
Do's and don'ts.
Bang! Fact.
I'm a cat.
Thank you.
Bang!
Fact. I'm a cat. And big ups, Deborah Rabbit. Thank you for the £2.
I done a murder.
Wait, you haven't done a what?
I done a murder.
Same.
Do's and don'ts.
Don't do a murder. Yeah, big ups. Thank you very much to both of you. Thank you.
Fortunately. I want to be live.
You want to be?
I want to be live.
You do. You are.
Are you watching me on the same one? It froze. Kaka. Yeah, all right. So I'll start now. I have to apologise for effing about. You all have to go out and come back in again, so I've had to do a new stream. Technical problems with Rumble.
There you go. I don't know what the technical problems were. It's been deleted now, but we saw it live and we had a great laugh about it. I said to my sister, maybe I should just turn on the stream, and but it is what it is. One loss to the world. Do you know sometimes there's, I don't know if this is an ancient American Indian tradition, a Native American tradition, but giving something back to the earth. I used to date a girl who was a bit of a hippie, and she used to do this. It's like, if you're chopping a pepper, she used to cut a little bit off and just give it back to the earth, so to speak. Pour out a little bit of your drink, just give it back to the earth. And I kind of feel like that. Like earlier on, I spilled a bit of tobacco, and I thought, well, that's gone back to the earth. Like things like that. Yeah, I think Kaka's back. Yeah, I think he's talking to Kaka. But that live stream that lasted it was really funny. Him just sitting there. They were there in chat. He couldn't see them. He just kept saying, "Can you see me? Why isn't it working?" You know, that sort of thing. But it was really funny. And then he's deleted it and it's gone. So he's already had that under his belt before he started this one.
And I'm upset 'cause I've got my new look. My professional look, my sophisticated, distinguished look.
If you want to look sophisticated, professional, and distinguished, why are you wearing a North Face hoodie from fucking TK Maxx, you knob? You've been to the Turkish barber again, haven't you? That's all.
So this is about Nicola Bully. How many people we got watching? I want to wait for everybody to turn up. I am live. But how many people are here? Oh, really? It looks about 7.
7. This is actually really interesting and revealing, though. Apparently, he got contacted by the people from the documentary, and he's spoken to them and all sorts. And like, to a certain extent, I might be inclined to believe it. And there's going to be some hilarity to ensue.
7.
7, yeah, 7. And with Alan, of course, it's always difficult to believe what he says because he's a prolific and seasoned liar.
Doesn't matter. They can watch it tomorrow. Right, so Nicola Bully keeps freezing. Is that true, Kaka? Does it keep freezing? Or is that just Laurie that's freezing? I don't think it's freezing now. I think it's okay. Let me know in chat if it's okay now. Laurie says it's freezing. Is it freezing or no? Or are you happy with it now? I need some feedback. It's good for me, says Shay. Right, we're away then. And breathe. Right, about a year ago, there was
Are you having a problem?
a case called the Nicola Bully case. And it took the nation by a storm, and the continent, and America, and everywhere.
The nation, the continent, America, and everywhere it took by storm. Except it didn't, did it? It took a week for it to take off in the UK, and that was because Paul Arnott... Doesn't he look like Paul Gadd there? Hang on. Paul Gadd. Let me just check. That's Paul Gadd. Let me just check. Wait. Paul Gadd, there. Obviously, you've seen him. You know him, yeah. And then Alan Vinnicombe there. And Paul... Yeah, they do, don't they? He looks like him. Looks like he's gone for the Paul Gadd look with his little beard and his... That's what he's gone for, isn't it? What does that say? Gary Glitter victim seeks compensation over the worst kind of... Oh, right.
And quite a few new YouTubers made a name for themselves.
He's talking about me, right? And I wasn't a new YouTuber, and I didn't make a name for myself with Nicola Bully. My channel was already getting traction from the actual content I was making before that, the body language analysis before that. Nicola Bully, I was poised to like be there at the right time, but I'd already been streaming for a good couple of years, been on the internet YouTubing for like 10 years, and in different guises, I suppose, you know, ASMR and that. And we'd already made the jump in our channel. Like, you can go and check it on the channel. It's just absolutely factually incorrect to suggest that Nicola Bully made my channel take off. It did get bigger views, but not like 10 times bigger views. I was already on the process. We'd already got Thus Moving, and we'd done good content about Madly I McCann, and we'd done body language react of a recent case, and like, you know, my channel was already progressing in its direction. So the Nicola Bully thing wasn't the reason it took off. It was the reason a lot of people found me, but it was already on the way. So like, you can't pretend that I'm a new YouTuber and I got going on Nicola Bully. But I think he's talking about me because later on he literally talks about me. So.
On the back of the Bully case.
And he feels really bad about it because he thinks he's big special Alan, and actually he's been deleted off YouTube and no one cares about him and he looks stupid.
I didn't. I already had other cases. But I was quite well known within local production, different things I've done.
Sorry, you were quite well known among local production, different things I'd done. You mean in your area you're known as a Burke, yeah? In your local area they know you as a massive Burke. That's what you mean. And the way you said that, your eyes rolled. It looks like he's having some sort of breakdown. I think he's really finding it hard to factor into his delusional narcissist la la land what's really happening. You know what I mean? Like, Alan's, like, say about the fringes. I mean, but he is on TikTok. And he did do that TikTok with the Nicola Bully. Well, he made it look like there was an image of Nicola Bully on the sonar on his TikTok, so people wanted to look at it, but it wasn't an image of Nicola Bully. It was just a different picture, but he titled it Nicola Bully Sonar. So, you know, a bit of clickbait can get you everywhere, can't it?
Bang. Fact.
I'm a cat.
Big ups, Robin Green. Thank you. Like, subscribe, enjoy. If you do like it, then do click like if you want. You know, you've got a fucking finger. Get it out and stick it on that fucking like button, or I'll stick yours up your fucking nose. You fucking
It's good for me, says Shay. Right, we're away then. And breathe. Right, well, about a year ago, there was a case called the Nicola Bully case. And it took the nation by a storm, and the continent, and America, and everywhere. And quite a few new YouTubers made a name for themselves on the back of the Bully case. I didn't, I already had other cases. But I was quite well known within...
Listen, before he says that again, he was dead. His channel was dead. He was in the doldrums, and the Nicola Bully case was a way of him trying to revive it. But people had already decided that had seen him that they didn't want to see him anymore. Like, he's just absolutely making up lies about the past. Like, we call it retconning, you know, changing the past to suit yourself so you can live in the future better because you're a delusional narcissist.
And quite a few new YouTubers...
No, it wasn't big news abroad.
...made a name for themselves on the back of the Bully case.
Nancy's still around. I saw her in a different stream the other day talking about Kessinger. Nancy's still around. She's just in a different... Like, the people that are really concerned with that are watching other people talk about Kessinger now, basically, on YouTube. Like, they actually will claim that they're still Alan fans and stuff, but, you know, they don't really support his new ventures, because how could they? It's disgraceful.
I didn't, I already had other cases. But I was quite well known within local production, different things I've done over the years. And I had this letter from a company called Rogan Productions.
He had a letter from Rogan Productions. Now, it's not a letter, it's an email, apparently, and he's going to show us on his phone, so, you know, only as good as we can throw it. But, we'll pretend it's real. We'll live in the world that it's real, because it might be real. But let's be real, yeah? Could you imagine being a researcher for Rogan Productions? Right, number one, why would you find Alan? Like, why? Why would you find him? He's been deleted off YouTube, yeah? So you're not going to find his old YouTube stuff. What you're going to find is his TikTok, isn't it? And on his TikTok, he did that one, Nicola Bully Sonar, and it was actually a picture from someone else, as I explained. He was just riding that, Peter Folding pretended he had the sonar, all that nonsense, you know, all that stuff, right, that was coming out at the time when Peter Folding did that interview with Luke. Alan just jumped on it and said, I'm going to do a TikTok. I'm going to use a clip from the interview, and I'm going to pair it with an old photo from some sonar, and it'll make it look like I've got the sonar pictures, and like he clickbaited it. So maybe that's how Rogan Productions found him. And if they looked at his TikTok, they'd see that he's just a fucking idiot, wouldn't they? Like, they'd think he was one of these horrible TikTok trolls. Like, and that's probably why they wanted to talk to him, maybe. But they didn't seem to interview a lot of horrible TikTok trolls on the show. So that's weird as well. Like, I wonder whether Alan contacted them first. Do you know what I mean? Like, I wonder whether they would really find Alan and contact him in the real world. And I also, you know, you're going to have to tell me in chat whether you believe this story at all once he's spun it. But I'll believe it to a certain extent because there's things I want to say about it. So I can't say them if I just keep saying it's a lie. But, you know, it might be a lie because Alan's a prolific and consistent liar. But...
Now, you might think the Nicola Bully thing is on iPlayer on...
Sorry, what? Curious cat?
I'm a cat!
Did you hear that?
And I had this letter from a company...
Check this out. This is a new development.
...called Rogan Productions.
Bang. Fact.
I'm a cat! Now, you might think the Nicola Bully thing is on iPlayer on... cat. Come on then. iPlayer on BBC.
The cat meowed and he went, come on then. Did you hear that? A cat meowed and he said, cat, come on then.
Company called Rogan Productions. Now, you might think that within local production, different things I've done over the years. And I had this letter from a company called Rogan Productions. Now, you might think the Nicola Bully thing is on iPlayer on cat. Come on then. iPlayer.
Come on then, the cat's not down there, Alan. It might be that he's locked the cat out. But a cat is meowing, and it sounds like this sort of meow for attention, let me out. Yeah? So there's a cat somewhere now in this situation. And I kind of want to do this now, but I don't want to run the flow of this. But on his TikTok, there's a TikTok that he does, right? And in the TikTok, oh God, which fucking one is it now with all of these? In the TikTok, the cat meows in the background. And I was like, what's going on in the background here? Like, what is it it's this Gainer Lord one he does. In the background of this is a 6-minute TikTok, so if we get a chance to go through it later. But there's a cat meowing in the background of this. It's either a cat or it's someone screaming, and it sounds like the cat is locked out somewhere.
And it's the same in America.
So we've got this new development now where there's a cat potentially locked somewhere in the situation, but like, look out for the cat. Like,
on BBC. BBC hired a photographer.
is it actually a cat? Well, it made that noise, and Alan said cat, and then like pretended that it was down there by his feet. I don't know, like, but it makes another noise later, so you get to hear a second attempt at deciphering what the cat is doing or where the cat is. But
company to do it.
he doesn't even have a cat, so he must be with a family. You know, with one of his family. Like, he must be somewhere else. And a hotel wouldn't have a cat in the room, would they?
Called Rogan. I need to prove it, don't I?
Well, you need to prove that you've been talking
I
to
had
them.
to cut names out and stuff.
You don't have to cut names out.
So, reality, right?
So this is like him showing you the proof, and again, it's really hard to know, isn't it? Because
So, I don't.
he's just waving it around. It does look like an email, but like, you know, it does also look like he's written it on Notepad. I don't know where he'd get that heading with the R for Rogan Productions, but anyone could just do an account that looks like that and send him an email. On the other hand, it could really be the Rogan Productions, so I'll never know.
Lie.
But like, that's the best you're going to get as evidence that it really happened. Look.
Receipts.
Dear Alan, thank you for coming back to us. We have a meeting from 10:30 to 11:30 GMT tomorrow, but can do any other time before 5 p.m. Please let us know if another time works and through a Teams invite. Otherwise, we can do and it says, add a caption. So it looks like this might be a screenshot. I mean, it says add a caption there. So I don't know what that means. And then Thursday, 3rd of October, 1921, image 9347 is in the middle there. Like, this is the middle of the phone, not the bottom of the phone. I don't, you know, we're going to have to decide. You're going to have to decide yourself whether you think Alan really is being contacted by Rogan Productions on the 15th of February. To Armchair, comma, me. To Armchair, comma, me is a bit weird at the start there. I'm really sus of it. But I also want to live in the world where we can talk about it as if they really have contacted them, because then the things he says are going to get even worse and make him look even more terrible. But what do you think in chat? Like, do you think, oh, he looks super tired? He's just watched that documentary and he's been furious about it. He's not featured in it. I'm in it. They made people like him look fucking awful. Yeah, I have like considered this overnight, and I think it's really bad the way they cut me into that TikTok melee, because I wasn't a TikToker saying any old shit. I wasn't making up like weird, just random shit, and I wouldn't have any what's the word? Like if someone said, "Oh, there's something on Facebook," and so said this, I wasn't having that. I'm not Penny Bunnis. Do you know what I mean? And like they put me in that box a little bit, and we all know my Super Chuffer content was actually a little bit more thoughtful than that, and a little bit more worked out, and there was actually quite a lot of good, thoughtful content on there. So they kind of just misrepresented what kind of channel Super Chuffer was, didn't they? A little bit. And they just put me in that section with that woman, and she answered back, and I didn't get to. I should have been in the Jizzy section more than the. But really, you know, that's their prerogative, isn't it? So you can't complain. Like, it's from the Paul Ansell side. And I also reflected on it. Some of the things, like, we'll watch it again, of course. In the edit, Paul says a couple of these. He says conspiracy theory came out like she wasn't even the person leaving the house. And I thought, well, that was one of my questions. Is it wasn't a conspiracy theory. It's if there's a missing person and you're saying she went missing from the river and you're potentially a suspect, because you should be, because the police should be looking at the people around her first. How can we trust that what you say is just the truth? Shouldn't we consider her missing from home? And that was actually what the police did, wasn't it? They considered her missing from home. So then he was saying about having to put out these fires and releasing the CCTV to prove things. And so there were like problems with that, actually. But I can see why they cut me into that section, because that was obviously what was happening. Is Paul was watching what was going on social media, maybe even the Super Chuffer, and then replying to those accusations or problems with his story by releasing little things to squash the story. That's what he said in the interview. We watched it yesterday. We reflected on it on Super Chuffer. So there's an interesting dynamic going on there. And I understand their perspective as documentary makers. So I'm not going to sit here and say, I should have been interviewed, or I'm a special chuffer and they misrepresented me. It's their prerogative, isn't it? So, like, well, there you go. But this is going to be interesting, because if Alan did talk to them, you can imagine what he said about me, can't you? But also, can't you imagine what they thought about him? Like, he's not even on YouTube anymore. Why would they be contacting him in the first place? It seems weird. They didn't send me one of these, and they used my clips in the fucking thing. They didn't use Alan's clips in the thing, but they did send him one of these. So let's hear him talk.
Hopefully there's no names of the production team on there. But I'll read you what it says. So they contacted me, and we're trying to organise. I got back to them, and I said, look, I'd love to talk about the case, but I don't want to be on. Check
this out as well. It's BBC. No, it's not. It's Rogan Productions. They're independent. Yeah, but like Alan spends all his time slating the mainstream media, yeah? Remember all the stuff he said? The minute he gets a sniff of this, he's like, oh, I'd love to suck your dick. I'd love to get on the telly and suck your... Can I come to your house? Oh, I'll do anything you fucking want me to. Oh, you're so brilliant, Rogan Productions. Are you going to do a documentary? He doesn't think, what perspective? Does it make Paul look innocent or guilty? What have you said about it all? What did you say about the dog tag? What did you say about the tennis ball? What did you say about... It's like, they should have had him on dog tag tennis ball. He was the one doing all the making things up. Wasn't he? He was literally making things up. Altercation on the path. Like, he was making things up. He's the worst of them. So I think they'd probably want to talk to him about that. But unfortunately for them, there's no record of it. It's all been deleted off YouTube. He's gone. So it's useless to them in documentary terms. But maybe for a bit of research or just for fun, it might be interesting to talk to the man. But I don't know what value they could have really got out of it. Because Alan is a fucking idiot. And he always has been, and he's the worst of the people making up the bollocks. So for them as a documentary team, maybe they don't have the experience, they're not looking at the YouTube channels, they don't know. He just appears to be one of the people that could talk, you know. But what a waste of their time, and what a shame. Like, you all know it in chat, yeah? The stuff that we've done as a, like, group, Super Chuffer on the main channel and stuff, like, the stuff that we've done, or, like, let's be fair, like, the stuff that I've looked at interestingly and talked about, you know, all that, there's a lot of value in it. There's been a lot of value in it. And that documentary team, did they look at any of it? I mean, they had Jason Dean Rothwell on. We'll talk about him in a little bit, right? He's a fucking horrible... Well, I'll talk about him a little bit now. He's a horrible weirdo, yeah? The bin with all the fucking maggots and the rotten meat. Yeah? Naming himself after a murderer from a film that he fucking loves, Christian Slater, and then pretending he fished a boy out or found a boy in the river who looked just like Christian Slater and happened to be on the same sort of scene as Jason Dean Rothwell probably was. He's got more chance of fucking pushing that lad in than fishing him out. Like, that sick chuffer, who apparently found her, poked her with a stick, yeah, and all this, he got the respect of having the interview, and they treated him really nicely and stuff like that. And like, did they not do their research? Like, do they not want to look like credible people? Because when people find out and dig in, and like, it's all up there on the internet already, Jason Dean Rothwell's got his own video episodes making him look fucking awful. So, like, when they looked into it, did they not look? And is this the level of it? Because if you spent hours listening to Alan talk as part of your research, you've wasted your time. And I'm surprised, like, again, I don't think that I should get special treatment. I don't think that they should call me up in any way. Do you know what I mean? I don't think there's any reason that they should be contacting Scotty Hottie. Maybe I should have contacted them if I really felt strongly enough that they needed to hear my voice. But I felt reasonably enough that they wouldn't be trying to make... You know, the documentary is about social media and the impact. I already felt that we were going to be on the negative end of the stick. And we talked about it on stream yesterday on Super Chuff. You know, I'm pleased that they had other people's voices. I was able to at least say what I thought on my own stream here, so it doesn't matter. And like, I'm happy with it. I'm cool. I'm happy with it that I'm in it. Like, I'm grateful in a way, even though I'm slightly misrepresented and slightly shoveled in with, you know, the TikTokers there. It doesn't really matter. It's not a negative. It can only be a positive that I've been featured in that. And I don't want to say immortalised, yeah? You know, Scotty the legend. But, like, when people come back and look at the documentary in 10 years' time, like they do with Madeleine McCann, I'll be in it, you know? Alan won't be. So I think he might have got his egg on about it. Like... And if people are interested in who's that man and what he said, they can go and look at my content, and they'll see that I don't just sit there going, Paul Ansell done a murder. I done a murder. But we do sometimes say that because it's funny.
I'm a cat. Documentary. I have a...
So, yeah,
but I'll read you what it says. So they contacted me.
Should I do a vote in chat as well? Quickly, you know, do you want to like tell me what you think? Is that really a poll? Why can't I do it? See, it's not letting me do the vote now because I popped it out, I think. I'm having trouble. All right, forget the vote in chat. Hang on, where's my panel that I can... See, the chat's not on the panel there. Forget the vote in chat. Forget the vote in chat. You just tell me in chat if you think he's lying or not, you know. Do you think that's a real email? We'll see anyway from what he says, I guess.
And we're trying to organise... I got back to them and I said, look, I'd love to talk about the case, but I don't want to be on the documentary. I have a ongoing case that I can't really get involved with being on telly at the moment.
Did you think he said that? Do you think he said, I don't want to be on the documentary? I'd love to talk to you, but I don't want to be on the documentary. Alan Vinnicombe, when approached by an independent media producer that's connected to the BBC doing a documentary about Nicola Bulley, said, I don't want to be on it because I've got a court case coming. And he thinks that's a good start as well, that the people who he's talking to will think, oh, this guy sounds really reputable with his court case. What's the court case for? Oh, it's just a bit of defamation from a thing I said about a murder victim. Oh, is it? That's probably not connected to anything we're looking into. Yeah, anyway, so tell us about the Nicola Bulley case, you lovely, reputable man.
I will help you. And
help you.
So we arranged a number of phone calls.
Again, I assume these people that made the documentary are smart enough to just completely disregard everything Alan says, you know, to treat him like the idiot that he is. But when he's helping them, I wonder what kind of help he gave them, and if they are foolish enough to listen to any of it. I mean, I assume they just went to talk to him to see an example of one of these nutters, yeah? So, you know, pinch of salt here. But they would obviously treat him with respect and care and not like say to him, so you nutter. You know, so he might feel that they're a bit taking him seriously, if it even happened. You think he's just trying to wind me up? It could be that. You know, it could literally be that. But it doesn't wind me up. I think it makes him look worse, and I'll show you why.
We arranged a number of phone
I do think, like I said, I'm asking you in chat, because to react to it, I have to react to what he's saying. And I can't just keep saying, it's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. But there is a great big chunk of me, major part of me, like the world that I live in, is he's just an old fucking liar who's jealous that I'm in it. So he's made up some fucking weird story, yeah? Like, that's kind of what I think.
Of course.
Like, and it's, again, like it's proven here, because he told them apparently he doesn't want to be in the documentary. And we all know that's a lie. Like, he'd cut off one of his fucking fingers to be in a documentary, wouldn't he?
I said this.
I said this. So again, Alan didn't say this because, like, you know,
I'm not lying to you.
he can't.
Real.
He can't write a sentence. Like, we all know that.
So we arranged a number of phone calls.
So someone else would have said this. He would have put it onto Kaka, yeah.
We arranged a number of phone calls.
I'll try and pause it and read it for you. Oh, he'll read it in a minute anyway. But
I said this.
Because obviously this is his proof. He's holding his phone up. Now he's holding it up. It says today at the top. So on an iPhone, that's a photograph. But, you know, he's screenshotted what he said today, but he didn't say it today. Do you know what I mean? So he's taken a screenshot today at 7:20 before he did his show, but this doesn't have to be said today. And is it an email or is it a notes file? You'll never know. Thank you for your email regarding the aforementioned documentary. Prior to discussing the disappearance of Nicola Bulley on TikTok, I had a YouTube channel where I covered the case extensively. I would be pleased to have a chat with you and share my thoughts on why Nicola's disappearance created such a sensation on social media platforms. Alan didn't write that. He can't write that. Teams would suit me also, and I'm available weekday mornings around 11 o'clock. So someone wrote that for him. At least admit to that, Alan. Like, you can't write that because you never are able to do this on YouTube, ever. You weren't able to do it in the title of your video. Youth. Like, you can't spell, so don't pretend you wrote that.
I'm not lying to you.
You are lying.
Real.
You are there. You go. There's the. He says, "I'm not lying to you," and then he smiles, which means he is lying to you. So I don't think it's real.
I'll read it to you. Phone calls.
I'll skip back. You'll see it in action. A live lie in action. Come on. But it could be real. Like, I'd like to treat, like I said, for the purposes of entertainment, I'd like to live in the world where it is real, so we can ridicule the fact that of what he said to them in his story, because it's fucking stupid. But I would also live in the world where he's just telling lies, you know.
I said this. I'm not lying to you. This is real. I'll read it to you. I said this. This was February the 15th. Rogan Communications there. February the 15th.
And like the problem Alan has actually got is like,
That's the people that made the bully film.
you know, that looked legitimate, I suppose. And the problem Alan's really got is that he's told so many lies. So how can you ever believe anything he says? You know, that's the problem he's got, isn't it? A lot of people have got that problem. It's like so much of the stuff they've said is stupid, farcical nonsense and lies. So how would anyone ever believe anything they say? Like, that's why you have to deal in truth 100% of the time. No.
Thank you for your email regarding the above mentioned documentary. Prior to discussing disciplinary bully on TikTok and YouTube,
So he can't even read his own words. He can't even read the things he's supposed to have written.
I covered the case extensively. I'll be pleased to have a chat with you and share my thoughts on why Nicola disappeared and created such a sensation on social media platforms.
It was on how Nicola's disappearance created such a sensation.
Suit me also. I'm available to talk to your team weekday mornings from around 11 a.m. Please confirm this is suitable for you. And they wrote back to me, thanks for coming back to us. We have a meeting at 10:30 and we'll talk to you at 12. So
Was it the other way around though? I don't know.
I talked to them a few times.
Did you? A few times.
And they said, well,
So wait, I talked to them a few times. Yeah, is that guaranteed, is it? Because there was an email lining up a conversation, which maybe you never had. Maybe you never had it. Maybe you said he was going to and he got drunk and couldn't make the call. Like, you know, I talked to them a few times.
why did this take off and all the other murders didn't? And I had a great discussion. They didn't know that, okay, they might be the production.
This does sound right though, yeah? Because they're the same questions generically that they asked everyone, isn't it? Like, and they made their documentary. Like the point that the Times, but this point was made by the guy from the Times who said the reason it took off was because of it could be like someone just like you or like me, and it was TikTok got hold of it and they started to spread it around. But the truth was that, like, and again, if they asked Alan, again, stupid, isn't it? Because Alan doesn't know. He's an idiot. But the truth is, the reason it took off is because Paul Ansell went on the riverbank and did an interview and he looked really fucking dodgy, and everyone started talking about how dodgy he looked. And Alan jumped on that bandwagon at that moment. He watched the Super Chuffer, and we're going to learn that he definitely fucking watched the Super Chuffer. Yeah? He watched the Super Chuffer all the way back then, and he just jumped on it.
Production team doing it. They knew nothing about the case at this stage.
Because this is weird as well. Later on, I don't know when it comes, but he kind of proves that he watched me back then, and all the time, all the way along, he always said he didn't know who I was and I was a small channel, and he kind of proves that he watched me. So
Just been handed the contract to do it. And they obviously, okay, they might be the production team doing it. They knew nothing about the case at this stage. They've just been handed the contract to do it.
right, is that true? They knew nothing? Maybe. If you're a researcher, you might say to him though, I know nothing about the case. Tell me everything, because you don't want to say to somebody, oh, I already know about that. Don't need to learn about that. You want it to be that they feel that you are complete. Like, this is basics of like being a researcher, and the way you would talk to someone like Alan is you would probably say to them, treat me like someone who knows nothing and tell it in your own words. You know what I mean? Like, that's probably the way they do it. But maybe they did know nothing about the case. And if so, again, like, why are they talking to Alan, and what benefit are they getting? Because he knew nothing about the fucking case.
And they obviously spoke to the family and the police, and strangely enough, Peter Folding refused to do it. He refused to do it.
Right, so he refused to do it. Alan would know that now because he's watched the documentary, but there's no way they would have told him that Peter Folding has refused to do it back then as a researcher. You know, if Alan had asked them, oh, is Peter Folding doing it? Like, I think it's unlikely. I mean, they might have said we're working with the family and the police. You know, you could understand that. But Alan might have said, is Peter Folding going to be in it? And they might have said, well, we haven't confirmed, or, you know, whatever. You know, they're probably not going to say Peter Folding is not going to be in it. Like, they probably wouldn't say that to Alan. I don't know.
Because he thought they'd be stitched up by the police.
Because he thought he'd be stitched up by the police. Well,
And he was. But I got a rough idea of what was going on over the course of time. And it was basically, what they were saying was, why Nicola Bully? Well, that was easy, because it was hell of a story, you know. She went missing and no one knew how she could get in that water. It just seemed impossible, right?
so again, like, he's supposed to be on it. Well, it's just, you know, it's a good story. Why was it such a big story? Well, because it was a good story. Like, what a shit answer that you can't use in your documentary. I can't remember why I was interested in it, really. Generally, it was a big story on the news.
And then there was stories of a scream, and then there was a timeline that didn't add up, and then there was a best friend and a husband, and there was lots of suspicion.
So now he sounds like one of those TikTok nutters, yeah? Because I would have answered this with like more hard facts and reality. Like,
And obviously, she's a pretty girl with long blonde hair and
nice hair.
took off, and to this day, there's been no CCTV of her anywhere. And I told them all these things, and they said, well, "Why were you suspicious?" I said, "Well, there was no CCTV, and the timeline doesn't fit. And like, how can you drown in that much water?" So there are all these things going on.
That seems reasonable as a bit of a, generic, like, you see. So from their end, what are they thinking about Alan? They're just thinking he's one of these TikTok nutters, yeah? And like, what they're doing is they're writing down all the things they're going to have to answer in the documentary, like, in a way, maybe. I don't know, like, if it's real like that. And Alan's thinking in this, isn't he, that like they're like getting that. Like, imagine getting your information for your documentary from Alan. For a start, his content should have been out there. Like, you could have watched his fucking content. You know what he says. Like, but maybe they don't know him. So if they don't know him, why are they talking to him? It doesn't. Some of this doesn't add up, yeah. But imagine getting that from Alan and hearing it all and having to write it down and be a researcher. Anyway, like, yeah.
And then we had the police come out and say that she was vulnerable.
Vulnerable.
So then we go, mental health. And she was actually suffering pre.
So then we go mental health. I don't remember when the police said she was vulnerable. I don't remember going out there and going, mental health. Like, we don't make things up, Alan. You did. You made things up. Don't say we when it's you.
Menopause, pre-menopause, something like that. And she had mental problems with it. And the family didn't want you to know that. Why should they? And the police said, look, we're going to have to tell because the press know. Anyway, they told.
It sounds like Alan's relating what happened in the documentary. Because the thing about Screams as well, I don't remember him doing any shows about Screams back in early days. So like, that wasn't one of his issues. That came out in the inquest, didn't it? So like, it seems like Alan's just parroting what was said in the documentary, like pretending he's one of the people on the documentary.
But the point was of the documentary is, why the social media, who know nothing of Nicola Bulley.
Yeah, so now we're getting on to what was actually in the documentary. We're getting away from you having a conversation with someone in Rogan Productions, which is weird, isn't it, Alan? It's almost like you're imagining what it would be like to be a researcher for Rogan Productions and what sort of questions you would have asked you, and now you're getting confused with the past and the present when you just watched the documentary yesterday. Do carry on.
Think they can solve the case that the police can't. Well, that's because probably think it was a cover-up.
Let's do that question again, sorry.
Why the social media?
So he's looking on his phone. So I think Rogan Productions sent him a list of questions and maybe he answered them. But I don't know if he's having this like full interview experience that he thinks he's had. But yeah, I find it really troublesome to believe him, of course, and I'm going to keep repeating that. I wish I didn't have to.
Who know nothing of Nicola Bulley think they can solve the case that the police can't.
Why do people who know nothing about Nicola Bulley think they can solve the case the police can't? Well, number one, I didn't think the police were treating it as a murder. I thought they were treating it as a missing persons. So there was an issue. Like, it's not that we think, like, in order to have a grown-up conversation about this, you need to be able to break apart the question and, like, acknowledge that if you answer the question, then you're playing into their hands and saying that I'm just a normal person who thinks I can solve the case and here's why. And that's not what I think. I don't think well, first of all, I think I'm a normal person, but I don't think I should go out there and solve the case the police can't. But what I can do is highlight inconsistencies, give you my analysis, you know? I'm not here to be a detective and solve the case. I never claimed to be, which is probably why they didn't interview me, but they did interview the Armchair detective. And I wonder what your answer is, Alan, for why you think as a normal person, well, less than a normal person, lower than normal, like scumbag, you could solve the case. Like, and they're treating you with a lot of respect there, because you weren't trying to solve the case. You were trying to inflate your own YouTube views. Essentially, that's all you've ever been trying to do. So, like, you know, let's see what he's got. But let's be fair as well. Like, when it comes to solving the case, I came closer than anyone to finding out. I mean, I came closer. Like, I found some stuff out, didn't I? Like, I delved a little deeper. Like, most people watched Peter Folding and then said, well, he says she's not in the river, and there's Peter Folding. And then it took a little group of YouTubers to dig it, not just me, but to dig a little bit deeper and say, well, Peter Folding said that, but look at who Peter Folding is. Jason Dean Rothwell poked her with a stick, but look at who Jason Dean Rothwell is. You know, you have to dig a little bit deeper, and you have to bring some more stuff to the table. Otherwise, you're not doing your job really as an, you know, whatever you are. And Alan didn't do that at all, did he? The stuff he brought to the table was fake and facade, and like now, even now, you've seen better quality CCTV. Why isn't he crying about the tennis ball that he fucking went on about for weeks and months? He thought he was going to do a Chris Watts Shadows with a tennis ball and it was going to prove something. It proved nothing, and it wasn't even there. Like,
Well, that's because probably think it was a cover-up.
so they probably think it's a cover-up. So the reason that we as YouTubers essentially can do a better job than the police is because we think it was a cover-up by the police. I didn't think it was a cover-up by the police. I didn't think that at all. I thought they might not have been taking it as, like, it seemed like they were treating it as a missing persons and accepting the evidence from Paul Ansell at face value, and that they'd written him off in terms of a suspect because he'd shown them some CCTV. And like they'd looked at it on a computer screen and then they'd said, that's good enough. Okay. And they just treated it like that. And if that's what they'd done, then I think that's a failing. Like, Photoshop water bottles in the boot. God, do you remember that? The water bottles. Where are the water bottles now, Alan? That was just because he blew it up and did all this until it was just incomprehensible, wasn't it? Water bottles. Like, he was the worst of the worst of making things up. Desperate to inflate his own YouTube. Big Poppy. Good luck with your channel, son. Like, the only reason they'd be talking to him as for an interview for this documentary is to see what it's like to talk to one of the worst scumbags on the internet. I bet they were laughing at him. Like, they couldn't have taken this seriously, could they? I mean, look at the guy. And you've seen his TikToks now. And they've probably seen my Battery Exhausted channel, no? Like, surely if they've seen Super Chuffer and they're doing research, they've looked at Battery Exhausted, hopefully. So they'll know what's going on with Alan. Like, there's no way they're going to, like, could you imagine looking at Alan, looking at him, talking to him? Like, even if you thought, oh, he seems good on his thing, Armchair Detective, he's written a book. When you talk to him, there's no way he's going to be on the documentary, is there? Like, there's no way he's getting on. There's just no way. Like, he can't even pronounce words. He's a nasty, hateful, sneering right-wing racist, and he's a scumbag bottom of your shoe, like, no mark at the same time. Like, there's no way they treat him with any respect. Except to pretend to him so that he would give them information. Or information, like give them a perspective, you know, so they can see inside, you know, his head to a certain extent. And they must have thought it was stupid. But then again, do we even believe it happened?
That's when police don't tell you things, human beings make up things. And every story you could...
So what he just said there, and I'm going to, you know, I'm giving him a bit of licking to the dog and I'm talking too much, but I'll let him play a bit. But here he says that when police don't tell you something, we make up things. That's not the case with the Nicola Bulley thing, yeah? I was looking to substantiate evidence. I was looking to find holes in the stories and substantiate evidence, because there's been many cases where this sort of shit's gone on, yeah? Like, if there's no holes, I'll stand up and say, this guy's telling the truth, it makes sense. We need to find Nikki. She could be over here, she could be over there. But when you're trying to find someone who's missing and you're questioning the very fucking description of the missing person, the fact that she might have even left the house. The police did question that. They started as a missing from home, so I was right on the right track, yeah? And if you could have done something simple, like just, like, she's missing and you've got the CCTV of her leaving the house. So why is that not out there everywhere? Like, it took a while and it was inconsistent when it came out. It was the problem with it. So, like, these whack-a-moles didn't whack the moles. But what we did do is we alerted Paul Ansell to the problems in his story so he could go and whack the moles and cover them up. You know, there's different perspectives on it, aren't there? Like, Alan's going to say that in lieu of information from the police, he just made stuff up. Like, he's literally going to say that. I definitely didn't made stuff up.
Anyway, they're told. But the point was of the documentary is, why do social media, who know nothing of Nicola Bulley, think they can solve the case that the police can? Well, that's because probably think it was a cover-up. That's when police don't tell you things, human beings make up things. And every story you could imagine, like, imagine a scale from, oh, she fell in the water to she was abducted by aliens, right? And everybody had a theory in between these two posts. And I explained that to Rogan Productions. And they says, we're still not happy because the TikTokers went to the village and disrupted the place and dug up and did all that. And yeah, I told them about Curtis Media.
You grassed Curtis Media straight up then. Like, can you imagine? Like, if they asked me, like, you know, TikTokers went and just, you know, did that. Unless they asked me directly, Curtis Media was filming there. What do you think of this and that? I would say, yeah, they probably did, didn't they? It's nothing to do with me. Like, I can't answer for them. I'm not going to speak on that. Like, obviously, I think I would probably have a negative opinion. Like, if you wanted to push me on it, I'd probably say, you know, people should be respectful. But I wasn't there. I didn't see how they behaved. I'm not going to judge. You know, I'm not the police. Trespass any of that. Curtis Media's media. Like, you know, I don't like Curtis and the way he took his direction, of course. Yeah, but having more views on what was happening. Yeah, I reacted to that on the internet. I was interested in it. I didn't record the bit where she come dragged out of the water, like Alan seems to think is an impressive thing on his CV. But I did. I didn't put a YouTube show together showing that bit where she was like. I didn't cover everything he did because I didn't think it was appropriate. But I did think that as a media producer, I was happy, and they're happy in their documentary to use his footage as well. So, you know, like, happy to have more views on it, aren't I? Like, that's part of it. But also unhappy to, or not able, or not interested in condoning the behaviour of trespass, or, you know, like, do you know what I mean? All the bad stuff. So yeah, completely get it. But I don't think that I would have said, right, yeah, so if there's any bad TikTokers you want to mention, yeah, that Curtis Media. Told them about that Curtis Media. So did Alan just basically have a list of people he didn't like and like wanted to get back on and like use this interview with Rogan Productions to poison the well for a load of people? I think they're grown-ups, and I think they could have made I think they already had their own mind made up about certain YouTubers and stuff like that, didn't they? I don't think they needed Alan to tell them about Curtis Media, because I don't think he really understands the nuances and the ins and outs. But like, he's willing to just throw someone's name under the bus, isn't he? What a nasty man. Yeah, and I told him about that Curtis Media. And again, Curtis Media is not my big friend, yeah? But in this sort of situation, I don't think it's professionally that. Like, I mean, if they'd asked me about Alan, I probably would have given him the lickings of a dog, wouldn't I? But, like, how can he just sit there and say that with a happy face, like, or maybe not a happy face? Again, yeah, this is the narcissist who's really bruised that he's not involved in this, isn't it? So, but when he got the opportunity to be involved in his delusion, whether it's true or not, he used it to smear other YouTubers.
To Rogan Productions. And they says, we're still not happy because the TikTokers went to the village and disrupted the place.
But I honestly think they're talking to him because he's got a TikTok. I don't know if they realised that he was, like, when they approached him, I don't know if they realised he was doing all the stuff he did on YouTube and what he said about it, because it doesn't exist anymore. So I don't think they know. If they're researchers and they're starting on it from February, like he said, you know, with no information, how are they going to know? They could watch Battery Exhausted, and it's there, a bit of it. But I didn't used to cover his Nicola Bully stuff so much, did I? Because I didn't want to sit there and watch his big Nicola Bully content and, like, you know, I wanted to just do the laughing and have fun. In the same way as we don't want to cover his racism. All right, Mink, I've just accidentally touched you now. She's got the flea coloured stuff on her, so I shouldn't have touched her. Got it on my hands now. Yeah, so Alan's a bad man. I've got to wash my hands. Play on.
Dug up and did all that. And yeah, I told him about Curtis Media. Told them about the main TikTokers that are covering it and the main YouTubers that are covering it, and you all know who were doing it, and you see the ones that I talked about on the production in a minute. Some were good, some were bad, some were ugly. But the point was, it's quite embarrassing that some of the creators didn't say sorry.
Didn't say sorry? What are you on about, you nutter? You get him sued for defamation. Like, the idea that some were bad, some were this, some were ugly. He knew about Jizzy and he knew about me, so I could assume he would have thrown me under the bus. But there's no way he talked about that woman that was on TikTok, the other TikTokers. He don't know who anyone is. Unless he's been using them and secretly watching them in order to get their information and to get the information, yeah? Like, and steal it from them. Like, you know, do you know what I mean? Like, who does Alan, like, the people that were on that documentary, even the people that were clipped, like, none of them. The only people he knows is me and Jizzy and Curtis Arnold. Like, they were the only people he knows. And back then, Alan refused to admit that he was watching me, so...
I got it wrong. He didn't. There's one particular
You're the cat again. You're the cat again, then.
ugly. But the point was, it's quite embarrassing that some of the creators didn't say sorry and got it wrong. They didn't. There's one particular one that's going to be mega embarrassed that you'll see.
Apparently I'm going to be mega embarrassed. I'm not mega embarrassed. I do think it's unfair the way they portrayed me. If you want to be real, you know, because you watch my content, yeah? Like those little clips of me saying, well, I'll tell you what, there's one option, she could have run off. Where's your missus gone or something like that, you know, as base as they are. And it's a bit like, you know, trying to clip someone slightly out of context. And no, I should be a bit aggrieved about it, shouldn't I? A bit wound up. I'm not. I don't care. Like, it's just all right. Like my mate was round earlier and they were like, you're on the telly. And I was like, yeah, I'm on the telly. And like, fuck, you know. And they said, you know what? It's 70% of people in the world are going to be thinking what you said anyway. You know, everyone thinks he did it. So I'm still looking good. Like if you watch all my content, which a lot of you have, you'll know that I speak interestingly and with a little more, like sometimes I bring research to the table and all sorts, and I think it's a little bit unfair to sort of put me in with the TikTok random shouters, because that woman said that she thought there'd been a problem in the relationship and that they'd had like, you know, a break, you know, and all this gossip essentially, and I'd refrain from any gossip. But I was getting, Paul Ansell said, why would she have just disappeared? There's brick walls. And I said, well, it's not a brick wall if she left you, is it? Because you wouldn't know, because she'd have gone off and she wouldn't have told you. It's not a brick wall, that. Like, but he, you know, I'm actually contradicting what he's actually saying. I was actually analysing what he was saying. I wasn't just saying things that like, oh, well, she could have had an affair. Like, it wasn't like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, I call that wild conjecture, and there is a video as members content on Super Chuffer called Wild Conjecture, where I discuss a certain aspect of Nicola's life that I didn't think was fair to discuss as main, you know, full channel content, but is fair to discuss. So, like, for Alan to like, for the documentary to cut me up like that and put me there was easy for them, and I don't have a choice in it. So I'm just lucky and grateful to be part of it. There I go, I'm immortalised in the documentary, at least my voice exists. But they could have given me a better rub of the green, couldn't they? But then again, as I said earlier, nor would they. It's their prerogative. They're on the side of Paul. So like, they're not going to get me out and like give me the best shiny, are they? But I'm glad they got me out.
Right, so that was it. So that was my involvement. My involvement was, I told them the backstory, I told them about the YouTubers, I told them about the TikTokers, and my opinion on who was good and who was bad. I told them what I thought was wrong with the story. I told them the police should have told us more. And I did have empathy with Nicola's dad.
Yeah, with his dad, yeah. Because, like, what do you know about anything? It's incredible to me that Alan would be part of that research process. And could you, again, I'll reiterate myself, but could you imagine making this document? Maybe this is why the documentary lacked in some areas. Maybe they just asked the wrong people. Like, what a waste of their time.
Because he was pointed at, and so was Paul. Her husband was pointed at, and so was Emma.
Right, I didn't point to Ernie. I don't think Ernie murdered her. So I didn't point to Ernie. Paul and Emma, you pointed at them, you fucking nutter. You were really careful to say, listen, I can't say that I think this, but like, you know, but let's be real. Like, pointed at. Like, they stood up and made themselves look fucking weird. So we talked about it.
And we're all pointed at as involved, right? I looked at all the evidence and...
there was no evidence. Was there? That was an issue. Like, the lack of evidence. But we tried to do our best to, like, actually create, you know, I say create evidence, not create it as in fabricate it, but find evidence.
I told them my theory, and this is the point, right? I told them my theory. I can't pronounce the name because I'm dyslexic. Isla Strencois worked for, I think, Channel 4. And she foolishly went on Good Morning and said, I spoke to the last person to see Nicola alive. Well, how does she know it's the last person to see Nicola alive? Because if you walk past Nicola and she's alive, how does he know he's the last person to see her alive? And that really got me. And then she said, ooh. And he told me about an altercation over a lead and a dog.
You know what I'm going to say now? You can say it, can't you? You don't have to have me say it, do you?
Ooh! Bang!
She was lying, Isla Tricure. The police followed. She went on the telly. She did, and she said that. And Alan picked it up. He was lying when he said it was an altercation. It was an encounter turned into an altercation through Mr. Fabrication. And Isla Chakur's report of the last person to see her was a person on the path that had an encounter with her. Yeah, that report was a hearsay from the town hall meeting that the police had to follow up and discover was hearsay. It later turned out the person that said it didn't see the encounter. The person that said it and reported it said that their friend said it and saw it. And there wasn't, so without the police being able to follow it up and find the person that met them on the path and saw it and said, I'm the witness that saw it, there was no witness that saw it. There was just hearsay. And Isla Chakur took that hearsay, I say lied, she went on telly and said that it was the last person to see them, and it was a fact and it was a witness. So when they followed that up, they had to put it in the bin. And Isla Chakur's bit on the telly had to go, didn't it? That had to go. Because people fabricate things in the lack of real evidence when they need to put things on the telly, don't they? Or on their YouTube channels, Alan. You loved her.
Worked for, I think, Channel 4. And she foolishly went on Good Morning and said, I spoke to the last person to see Nicola alive. Well, how does she know it's the last person to see Nicola alive? Because if you walk past Nicola and she's alive, how does he know he's the last person to see her alive? And that really got me. And then she said, and he told me about an altercation over a lead and a dog. He told me there was an altercation over it. So I told the production of it. They never mentioned it in the documentary.
Of course they didn't, because if they researched it, they would have found it to be spurious nonsense. And it goes in the bucket of all that shit people were talking on the internet and makes us all look bad. You are the people that are making us look. I can't believe this. It's supposed to be a comedy show, this one, but like, you are the people that are making us look bad on the internet. You're one of them. And the reason that us on social media, the good people in chat above my head, me, the other good YouTubers who are out there trying to do good, positive things in the world, you know, the reason we all get such a bad name is because of goits like you following made up shit just for clicks and views. Isla Chakur with Paul Arnott out in the fucking Search for Jay Slater doing the interview with that young lad, like Isla Chakur with mountaineering expert. I think Isla Chakur's name is basically mud at this stage, isn't it? Like, I'm surprised they didn't put a section on her, to be honest. Like, I am surprised it didn't make it in some ways, Alan, as a really good example of the sort of bullshit that people were spreading about online. I mean, it was much worse than that, though, the amount of bullshit. Like, if you paid attention to Facebook, and like I said, I've been in some other channels before where I went in the channel and they were literally, you know, shouts out Bunnis, they were literally fucking, like saying, oh, so someone on Facebook said that their friend lives in the village and has seen Paul at the pub and says this about this. And I'm like, you can't report, I mean, you can report it on your Facebook, but you're not like a proper channel doing, like, all you're doing is fishwifing at the bus stop, aren't you? Like, I couldn't believe it was going on and that people were saying, oh, that's you know, there's this group of channels that are working on the Nicola Buddy case, and like these, and I'm like, I'm not with them. I don't want to stand next to them. I'm not like Alan. I'm not like that other one, and you know, all of that. No, like, leave me the fuck away from it. And you know what? That's why it's really sad that those documentarians put me with them, because we all know my stance on it. So it's a bit unfair. Maybe they should have done some research, you know, because it's a bit unfair to bracket me with them. But maybe people like Alan, you know, poisoned the well in that way, and you know, put me with them in some way, and maybe they believed it, but I can't really see that. I think they'd be intelligent enough, and I think the reason they did it is simply to downgrade the quality of my work on YouTube, and some of it is what they put, and I'm going to stand by it and be like happy for it. You know, if they'd have put I Done a Murder and if they'd have put I Done a Murder and Work Meeting with my wig on, you know, I'd have stood by that as well. That's my show. I did that, but like, it's not a complete, fair and accurate portrayal of me as a YouTuber to put me in with those people, as all the other stuff I've done isn't all exactly, you know, I've made that point, but it is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. So Alan is telling them, though, that he was one of the people that went on the internet and followed the lies and spread the misinformation, essentially. Like, imagine, like, he's proud of it as well. He's like, why didn't that get into the documentary? Why weren't I in it? Because you told them you were a liar. Don't you understand, Alan? They're making a documentary about people like you, to make people like you look bad. They're angry at people like you, and to a certain extent, people like me, the family, Paul Ansell, seem pretty angry about people like me as well. Yeah, I can understand why. Yeah, but like, there's a difference between people like Alan and people like me, and I don't really want to be tarred with that brush. But it is what it is. You know, I can't go out there and be like, oh, Scotty this and Scotty that. Like, it just is what it is. You know, people think true crime. They think fucking crime and nonsense and lies on the internet. They think true crime on TikTok. They think people who are desperate for views who are talking shit. Do you know what I mean? That's what people think. And the mainstream media have got an obligation, certainly in this case, to really pump hard on that. Like, really, you know, that's the driving narrative. And Alan, you are a social media person trying to profit from that. So you should be against it. And you shouldn't be telling them that you're a liar. And you shouldn't really be helping them once you've cottoned on that this is the way they're going with it, and certainly not throwing other YouTubers under the bus. But, you know, you are a fucking shitbag, so thanks for telling us what in your deluded mind went down that we can't even corroborate because it might even be a lie. What world do we live in?
Said, I spoke to the last person to see Nicola alive. Well, how does she know it's the last person to see Nicola alive? Because if you walk past Nicola and she's alive, how does he know he's the last person to see her alive? And that really got me. And then she said, and he told me about an altercation over a lead and a dog. He told me there was an altercation over it. So I told the production of they never mentioned it in the documentary. They didn't actually mention what was wrong with the story, that a TV presenter had said that. You imagine all this going on, and a TV presenter said there was an altercation, exchange of words, a problem between...
Oosh, she didn't say that though, did she, Alan? You said that. She said encounter. You said altercation. And it was you that perpetuated it. You didn't fact check it. You didn't, like, when I watched it, I said, well, that sounds fucking weird and dodge. That's not a fact just because Isla Tracure says it. Like, we need to cross-reference what Isla Tracure is saying because she sounds like she could be telling a lie. And you said, I love Isla Tracure. She's got lovely hair. She's my favourite woman in the world. I wish I could fucking ride her like a fucking swamp donkey. Like, and I'm going to change what she said to make it sound worse so I can have a big show tonight and like be the only one talking about the altercation because you were the only one talking about it because it was a lie that you made up.
A dog walker and a dog walker. When she slipped in the water, right? Well, surely that means, was this meeting of two dog walkers the reason why she fell in? And that was my theory. There was a problem and she slipped and fell.
Except the altercation was on the path, on the walk up to where she slipped and fell, before you get through the gates. And they were coming down the path towards her, and she, if it even happened, which it apparently didn't, and she was walking up the path to the gates, yeah? So even if they'd have had an altercation, then what would have happened is she would have walked all the way up the path to the gates, they would have either followed her, which would have been weird, or, like, you know, and like, so we're assuming they did get so eggy they followed her all the way up to the gates, and she went all the way down to the river and it carried on. Like, yeah, okay, maybe that happened. That's a good theory. It doesn't seem like it holds water though, because it didn't, because the fucking police checked it out and they couldn't find any evidence of the actual conversation happening or any witnesses saying it actually happened. Only people who said they heard a friend say they said it. And that's what happens with Chinese whispers. That's the problem with the town hall meeting, is everyone was there in the room in Chinese whispers. That's the problem with it, isn't it? And that's what your Alan, that's what your content is.
That was my theory. I told him it, and then at the time, Isa Trenquois' video was removed, and I haven't seen her since. Haven't seen her on telly since.
Yeah, no, you have seen her on telly since because she was in the Jay Slater case, you fucking idiot. Like, she was on This Morning with Paul Arnott doing that. Oh, for fuck's sake. Like, imagine being a researcher and him saying that to you.
She was sanctioned and cancelled because she said this. All right, pussycat.
The cat again. Where's this cat and why is it unhappy?
At the time,
I'm a cat.
Video was removed.
Sorry, I know. When I watched this the first time round, I found it really hilariously funny, but I don't know why I'm being so eggy now. It is hilariously funny, isn't it? Though, like, the man is fucking, like, the man is like rolling around in the fuck. Like, he's just he's drowning in his own piss.
Since
I'll let him play a bit.
A dog walker and a dog walker. when she slipped in the water, right? Well, surely that means, was this meeting of two dog walkers the reason why she fell in? And that was my theory. There was a problem and she slipped and fell and bumped her head or something like that. So that was my theory. I told him it. And then at the time, Isa Trenquois' video was removed and I haven't seen her since. I haven't seen her on telly since.
Alan's theory was that a man in black was responsible. It wasn't that she fucking slipped and fell and bumped her head. He had all this stuff about the timeline going on about a man in black.
I think she was sanctioned and cancelled because she said this. All right, pussycat. She said these things. But you're not going to see that in the documentary. But I want you to remember that was AD's synopsis, okay? There was some sort of altercation and she slipped and fell. I won't go into the whole story, but that's basically what I told him. I said, that's why I'm in the case.
Sounds like you've been drinking the Eddie Kool-Aid, mate. Sounds like you're going to pretend that you always thought it was Penny and that it's the caravan people and Eddie's story now. Seems like you and Eddie have been colluding behind the scenes to try and poison the well. Are you off your fucking head? You never said that. Like, that wasn't what you thought happened. Like, now all your content's deleted. Like, both him and Eddie have got that behind them, haven't they? All their content's deleted, so can you ever remember what it was? Can you remember if you got it recorded, and all that? Like, for fuck's sake. Like, what a cretin.
And then she wanted to know the other theories. I told him the other theories, that some people said Paul was at fault, some people said Emma was at fault, and one in particular decided to blame her own father.
Right, so if they got that from you, they'd have got confused because you didn't seem to understand it. I didn't blame her father. I didn't say Ernie Bully killed her. I said there's a connection between Ernie's trucking business back in the fucking Essex days, yeah, and Peter Folding and protest removal and the whole animal rights thing. And if they'd been in the same room back in the day over that Brightening Sea shit, like, same room is a phrase, if they'd been in the same circles back in that day, isn't it strange that they're in the same circles now? And isn't it that, like, underhand behaviour could lead to the death of somebody that's involved in something underhand even years later, and that it might not be Nicola's bad behaviour that's got her in trouble, but that there's trouble circling around this whole story, and that people aren't looking in the right places in order to find it. But if you look deeper into people, and I didn't even highlight Paul Ansell too deeply and whatever trouble he might bring to the table in that particular one, but it does, it solves a certain issue, which is, why would anyone want to hurt someone like Nikki? And why would anyone want to, anyway, now it's not the video for that, but, I don't think it's fair to say Scotty Hottie said that her dad murdered her, because I certainly fucking didn't. But you don't seem to understand, and you've got a bit of a chip on your shoulder. And of course, the people in the documentary are looking for a witch to burn in the shape of Scotty Hottie, aren't they? In fact, that family probably don't like me, do they? If they've seen any of my content, which I wouldn't have assumed they did, but Paul apparently in the documentary, says that he was. So, not specifically mine, but apparently they must have liked what Jizzy was doing, even though she said very similar things, just in a different way. Anyway, back to Alan.
Ernie for it.
I blamed Ernie.
You want to know the other theories? I told him the other theories. That some people said.
It's not that this one creator blamed Ernie. It's that I was able to do some research and found some stuff out. And you can blame who you want. I'm telling you the research.
Paul was at fault. Some people said Emma was at fault, and one in particular decided to blame her own father, Ernie, for it, and said he solved the case. So,
that's me.
If you're in America...
Someone got a chip on their shoulder, Alan. Someone got the chip on the shoulder, have you? Got a chip on your shoulder about my video? Got a chip on your shoulder about being deleted off YouTube? I think I'm a winner. That's me.
I'm a cat.
He's talking about me.
You're not going to be able to watch this. If you're in England, you can watch it on BBC iPlayer. But I will give you my view on what's going on right now. And we'll watch it together and tell me what you think.
Classic.
In chat, please.
We'll start with this, Alan. Start with this. What's that in the back of the car? Start with that. Why aren't you on that now? Look, is it a tennis ball? Don't think so. Where's the water bottles? Why don't you start with that? Where are the houses in the background? Why are they gone? Why don't you start with that? No. And then obviously he's going to watch the documentary and do some talking. So we'll listen to him do his talking bits a little bit, but I'm not going to watch the documentary again tonight, obviously. Here's some talking from Alan. Oh no, don't rumble me on adverts. I'll reload it. Don't rumble me on adverts. Rumble adverts
Ditch
are so...
your traditional heating systems and get this instead to warm your house for practically zero cost.
They're adverts for
Throw out your old
thickies.
heater and switch to this one to heat your home for almost no cost. This jet engine inspired...
The adverts for thickies, they're like scam adverts on Rumble. Like Rumble's a real shithole, isn't it? And we've got YouTube Premiere, or whatever it's called, Premium, so that you can not have to watch adverts when I do my thing, yeah? But I can't hide it on Rumble. They put them on, and there's going to be another one now. Like, I think Alan might put extra adverts on this or something, because there's like, it doesn't usually do this, but I've been skimming around it earlier, and every time I skim, it fucking goes like this, adverts again.
So my eyesight finally started to improve, and what I did was ridiculous.
Look at it, adverts for thickies.
It's emergency.
Oh, hello. My partner left this morning at 8:30 to take my 2 children to school.
Remember all the fuss.
Here's Alan. And there's another advert, you see. Like, Rumble's gone really bad, and I'm sorry about it. It just is Rumble.
This is amazing to me because I remember I had to put my gym gear on. Yeah, I know. And we didn't believe him, did we?
Well, why do you believe him now? Because you just saw that bit of footage with him wearing his gym clothes 2 years later, and the footage has been edited. You can see because the things that are blocked, and so it's still definitely been edited. Like, it's not the raw footage, is it? And with all the question marks and things hovering over it, you believe it now with Mr. Metadata having not seen the metadata. You believe it now. Like, fucking hell. Like, Alan has crawled right inside the bum of the people that made the documentary, yeah? I don't know why, because it makes him look really bad. We all know what you said and did. We all know who you are. I don't care if they cut me in that bit and tried to make me look bad. You can watch all my content still on YouTube and make your own mind up about how and what and where the scales tip and whether you think I'm a good or bad chuffer. That's up to you. I'm happy with it. But Alan, your content isn't even on YouTube, so you can't even, like, ultimately that helps you, though, to pretend that it wasn't that bad for you when you were the worst of the worst. And now you're going to just say, oh, I saw it on telly, so it's true. I've seen it on telly now. That's it. It's over. It's true. And that's the mind of this fucking delusional. Alan sees things on telly and they're more important and more impressive. So it would have hurt him more that I was on it, even if they try and make me look a little bit bad. Because I don't look that bad. I say what everyone's thinking, and I'm on it. So Alan's not going to be, and he's going to be well eggy. I wonder if he knew I was going to be in it, because maybe he watched it with his family and then suddenly I was in it, and I wonder what he felt about that.
You're on, guys. That's what he was wearing. He was telling the truth. Now, they could have showed us, you're right, Kaka. They could have showed us that, and all those people that were speculating that he was lying about the gym gear, endless hours about the gym gear. He's got the gym gear on.
So why didn't they
And now
show
you can
us?
see it.
So why did they never fucking show us? And we were speculating. I wasn't speculating about whether he was wearing it. I was speculating about what his choice to change into it. The fact that he's wearing it doesn't make it any less fucking weird. Like, it was the fact that he did that. Alan's not remembering this right. He did this interview, and in the interview he said, like, describe the timeline of the morning and his actions, and that's important because it's locking him into a story about his timeline of his actions in the morning. And if he is innocent, then it locks him into a story about his innocence. And if he's guilty, then there starts to become little holes and little problems and little things that when you pick at them don't make sense. And the gym gear seemed to be one of them. But Alan's seen it on the telly now, and that's fine. It's like Alan's done this U-turn on his own opinions, and I don't know why. I don't see how it even benefits him. Maybe he's appealing to the judge that's about to judge him. You know, he's no longer a bad man, and he's no longer doing these true crime lies. But Alan, you did them all, the lies. I didn't do any of the lies. I refused to do any lies. I wouldn't have any hearsay, conjecture. Well, conjecture and, like, you know, when we're talking about trying to substantiate ideas. So you can, like, Alan was all about saying if, why, what. I've seen other content creators that look like potatoes and all they do is ask questions. Like, questions are great, but you need to try and find some answers. So once you've done your questions, you outline some possible answers, and then you try and substantiate any of those lines of inquiry. Like, for fuck's sake. He's in his gym gear, so there we are, we're proved wrong. What do you mean we're proved wrong? We assumed he was in his gym gear, but we wanted to know what the fuck he was doing getting into it.
And like you're saying in chat.
And this is time-stamped, isn't it? And we can look through that, and we're going to. This is 10:56, because in the documentary, the timings that he gives don't add up to the timings he gave in the interview previously with Channel 5.
The police should show us this stuff. Why didn't they show us? It could have ended so much speculation.
And it doesn't. Listen, it doesn't end speculation, because if you assume that Paul Ansell runs out the house in his gym gear here, yeah, into getting his car, does that mean that he couldn't have left the house in any other way in the previous 2 hours? No. It means that if he did leave the house in the previous 2 hours, he'd have to took a bit of a run to get up to Inskip. Yeah? Like, he could have left the house by the front door or the side door. I don't know if they're both covered by the cameras in different ways, or a window. Like, he knows where his cameras are. And like, we're talking about whether these camera videos have been doctored or altered because the police have just looked at them on his computer and then got them, or did they get downloaded from the cloud? And we learned that you could go and you can literally go on the cloud and upload your own video for the day, change it and stuff like that. And Paul is pretty good on the old computer in that way. And there's no houses in the background. Like, there's problems still. I'm baffled by Alan's approach to this, but sorry, I'm getting dragged down into my world of picking apart the documentary instead of picking apart Alan.
Why?
Never have left Willow.
And that white car is Islet. That we all
Something isn't right here. I remember.
Well, you don't know.
Having
you don't know it's his car. You just see him getting into it. It might be that she took his car and he's taking hers now. Like, you don't know, but yeah.
Panic attack. Just where you feel like your legs have gone.
Right, so he's back on the documentary. He made himself big to talk about that then, so I stopped it and looked at it. He makes himself big over here, so we'll look at it as well. Loading adverts. Oh, Rumble is fucking shit now. And look, it's loading. Oh, there it is.
One CCTV camera of Nicola Bulley that morning. Wow. Can they not just show us one CCTV camera of Nicola Bulley that morning in town? In the village, at the school.
So what's happened is
in the car park.
They're saying they've got all these cameras. Like, Alan's critiquing the documentary, which a minute ago he's right up the fucking bum of it. Or is he on about the police are bad now? Because the documentary did seem to make the police look like they had handled this really badly, didn't they? So they're saying they've got this other dash cam. These
40.
cameras.
We then had parents' calls.
So I'll play this because in order to understand his critique, we have to critique. We have to see this. So.
Very quickly, I was able to build up a tight timescale of Nikki's movements and the witnesses' movements.
Because you'd think Alan would be on this because he was all about the timelines as well, wasn't he?
So we knew that Nikki had left the
Is there a tennis ball? No.
house about
Are there water bottles? No.
8:26 that morning with the girls. That was captured on
Do we see her face? No.
CCTV. And we knew that she'd travelled to the school in St Michael's.
I'll accept this because I would have assumed she took this route as well.
We have
and I would assume that you've got the
dash cam footage of her car.
Not the dash cam. I would assume you've got that from her phone and the movement of her phone, like the route that they took, yeah?
In the car park.
So you've got dash cam footage of Nicola's car. I'm analysing the documentary as well here, I guess, a little bit, but we'll come to do this on Super Chuffer again, so you'll hear me repeat it. But you haven't got dash cam footage of Nicola at the school, just her car being parked at the school. So I'm assuming her car was parked in the car park, someone else came into the car park in their car, and you see her car on their dash cam. Because Nicola's car at the school, or alternatively their car is parked at the school and the dash cam is running and her car comes past, but for her not to get out and for her not to see her, it's not that the car is like in dash cam constantly, and you see her coming and going. You've got some dash cams showing her car at the school, so I'm assuming dash cam runs when your car is driving and her car is parked and someone has driven into the drive, into this thing, and her car is captured in the dash cam, but not like a film of her car, like from a static camera, like as a CCTV, but like it's okay.
Of the school at 8:40.
At 8:40.
We then had parents at the school that saw her.
So parents, plural. that saw her walking. We know that Emma White reported that she saw her at the school, but other than that, we don't know. Yeah, but like if your parents saw her walking, okay. But if you're at the school and you see her down here on this route from a distance, can you be sure it's Nikki? So I don't know about the validity of these eyewitness accounts, how close, whether they talked to her, like. But apparently parents at the school have seen her walking.
Walk up the main road.
And they can't see her walk up here because they can't see her. Unless they've driven past her in the car. Like, we're not being very clear about this, are we? Because parents at the school are now completely out of eye line. But yeah.
Road towards the Iron Bridge, and we then knew from digital.
Do you know what would be so great if they would just show us? Wow. Can they not just show us one CCTV camera of Nicola Bulley that morning?
No, she's explaining to you, Alan, that they don't have any. In the documentary, she goes on from this moment to say, but we don't have any. We scoured all the CCTV from and all the different dash cams from the cars, and we don't have any footage of her. Like, she explains that.
Town, in the village, at the school, on the walk, dash cam. Can they not just show it? The speculation we had of people saying she never made it, even there.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Absolutely, I agree with that. Unless it's confirmed that she was there, I'm still going to speculate. Well, not speculate. It's not speculation. She never made it. I didn't say she never made it. I said in a case of a missing person missing from home, I'm going to need to see evidence of where they went before I can confirm that that's where they went. And an eyewitness saying they saw her walking is not good enough evidence for me, because there have been other cases where eyewitnesses like that. For example, Tia Sharp went missing, and Tia Sharp, there was a next door neighbour who said they'd seen her getting on a bus, and they hadn't seen her going to get the bus because she was dead and she was in the attic. So I don't think that it's right that we should just take things for granted. I think that we need proper evidence. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Can't they show us to shut us up?
There's the cat. You need to shut the cat up.
Well, they might, but at the moment,
I'm a cat.
I haven't seen any proof of her. Have you?
Inquiries with her telephone that she then turned onto the river path that leads.
So the telephone takes us to the path.
Down to.
We're going to analyse this in further detail on Super Chuffer, so I'm not going to linger on it now, but Alan did, so, you know, I'm picking up the bits that he's talking about. Obviously, we'll pick up the bit where he watches me, won't we? Because there he is, that's his next big favourite bit. It's almost like the reason he's playing this documentary for his audience, because he goes through quite a lot of it and just picks out inconsequential nothings, really, like that. Because what's the point for Alan now to even make these points? But really, he just wants to show people the bit that Super Chuffer's in, because he loves me. So let's watch that bit again, because we all love me. It's a big week for the Super Chuffer, isn't it?
Bang!
I started recording.
I'm a cat.
Now I'm in this now. Now I can't get out of this.
Such a difficult time. Just tell us your thoughts and emotions at the moment.
I don't really have anything to say other than what the family said yesterday. My whole focus is on two girls. You are so far out of your normal life, comfort zone. I'm scared that if I put any focus into anything else, it's going to take my, focus off that. So I've got to be very careful.
Do you know, it's weird that Alan's recontextualised the past and said, like, Super Chuffer's saying bad things and I'm saying sorry and I'm good, yeah? But Alan would have loved to be in this, wouldn't he? To have made an impact on the case, for people to have talked about his ideas in any way. And the fact that they've clipped me in this section, even if it's as an antagonist to Paul Ansell, even if it is as antagonist to Paul Ansell, I am still happy, because that is partially my role in that, and there I am being acknowledged by the main players in the thing, yeah? Whereas Alan, antagonist to everyone, massive arsehole, whoops, gone, no one cares. It's Super Chuffer on this, not Alan Vinnicombe, isn't it? So they didn't clip you and they didn't put you in it, and if they had done, you'd have been talking about it to this day, because you didn't stop going on about what the fucking DA said about you, or you think he said about you, called you a Scottish idiot, didn't he, or whatever. That aspect of it.
So obviously something's taken over to protect you, because you're in such a high level of stress. We don't have anything else, do we?
Look at Alan with his head in his hands over this.
Well, there's hope.
We're never ever going to lose the hope, of course we're not. And I think from that Sky interview, I think awful things started to be said.
Have a watch of this. Now, why is he smiling? Get that guy in for questioning. There's something wrong there.
That's you, isn't it, Alan? You did that with Nicole Kessinger. We need to see Nicole get questioned and all this. Like, that was you, isn't it? These are the TikTok people.
What doesn't sit right with me, with this gentleman, is his body language.
First thing, I go to the partner. He is always
You're on TikTok, aren't you, Alan?
the main suspect. Because people are murdered by people they know.
Cannot get my head around any of it.
People were suspicious because he does come across detached, I think.
All we're doing is sitting there going round and round and round.
In the back of my mind, I'm thinking, well, perhaps if things weren't great at home.
The idea that your full attention should be on the two girls, meaning the children, is not entirely correct here, is it? Because your missus is missing.
When the door's shut, you don't know what arguments have gone on, if they were going to stay together, because there was a lot of rumours saying that they weren't going to be staying together.
Every single scenario comes to a brick wall.
Does it though? Every single scenario comes to a brick wall. Okay, I'll give you some scenarios that don't come to a brick wall. One, she's gone off because she just fucking hates you.
He just went,
I'm not one to talk about other creators.
No?
But this one.
Me?
This one.
Me?
He actually alluded that Peter Folding and Ernie, Nicola's own father, were involved in this.
Well, I didn't say involved in this, did I? I said involved in some other business, didn't I? And that sort of business can bring trouble to your door, didn't I? And that the people who are looking to solve this crime have been looking for an encounter by a bench or some reason that, like, maybe Paul, and like this actually it maybe slightly exonerates Paul unless he's mixed up in it in some way. Like, but I think darker forces are at play. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable thing to say after the research that I found with that. But it's only a video. It's only one video on YouTube. I'm not the police. I don't have a case file. You know, an illusion is right because I haven't got like some sort of magic window into the past, and yeah, I think we were right there. I think kind of right, but not quite right, are we, Alan? Because you're making it sound far different to the truth of what it actually is. Are you really sure you understand my video?
Says he solved it. Peter Folding and Ernie, a poor man. I don't want to speak about him. It's disgusting. It disgusts me.
I'm disgusting. I disgust you. Well,
This
you just can't stop discussing me, can you?
Because she just fucking hates you.
he just went,
You don't want to discuss me. I disgust you. Like, oh, he's got the two words. That's clever. Alan, you can't stop talking about me, and now I'm in the documentary, and you fucking hate it, don't you?
I'm not one to talk about other creators, but this one, he actually alluded that Peter Folding and Ernie, Nicola's own father, were involved in this.
I think the transportation of live animals is really bad.
Says he solved it. Peter Folding and Ernie, a poor man. I don't want to speak about him. It's disgusting. It disgusts me. Disgusting.
like that overnight. It went from Nikki's gone missing.
Well, they talked about me in a way, didn't they? Well, they didn't talk about me directly, did they? Not directly. They didn't mention like my name and say the Super Chuffer said this and I think this and that. But there's a lady with nice hair. You'll like her. She's from the Daily Mail. She's on TikTok. You can parrot fashion her bollocks if you want.
She might have run away to... Husband's killed her.
If I'd murdered my... Oh, God, I'm going down this road a bit now. If I'd murdered my wife...
Oh, listen. Thinks it's funny. I've done a murder. Blamed Emma and Paul. I've done a murder. Is this, should it even be allowed, a person like that, to be on social media? Blame this man, said he was driving a truck 40 years before, with Peter Folding as a policeman.
I done a murder.
If I'd murdered my wife...
Oh, listen. I done a murder. Thinks it's funny. I done a murder. I done a murder. Blamed Emma.
So listen, right? Alan wasn't watching then. Yeah? Alan wasn't watching my content. He wasn't stealing things that I said. He wasn't watching my red flags video and stealing things that I said for his content. He wasn't competitively watching me, hate watching me, whatever, trolling me. Alan wasn't interested in me. He didn't even know I existed on YouTube, did he? Remember? Until I started trolling him. Like, holding him to account for being an arsehole. He fucking... Of course he watched every fucking minute of it. He knows the memes. It was funny. And you can stick it up your arse, Alan Vinnicombe. You were not on it, and you're bitter. You were not on it, and you're bitter. I done a murder. It's funny hearing him say it now. It's even funny hearing him say it.
Oh God, I'm going down this road a bit now.
I done a murder.
My wife.
Oh, it's a...
Thinks it's funny.
It's already a button.
I done a murder. I done a murder. I've done a murder. Blamed Emma and Paul. I done a murder. Is this should it even be allowed, a person like that to be on social media? Blame this man. Said he was driving a truck 40 years before with Peter Folding as a policeman. I done a murder. Talking about Paul. Blaming Emma. Sick. I don't know how YouTube allows this. I really don't.
Nasty people out there that just conjure up rubbish.
Nicola and Paul was happy.
It's insane, isn't it? Because Alan was a nasty person who conjured up rubbish. And the stuff that I presented in that video, I didn't conjure it up. It's video. Like, what do you want me to do about it? Peter Folding does have a history in protest removal. Ernie did work in the live animal industry. Like, what do you want me to do about it? Paul Ansell put up that fucking crowdfund. Well, he didn't. Someone else did, didn't they? Or whatever. They put up that 100 grand crowdfund and putting his face on it and writing I done a murder on it was funny, wasn't it?
I done a murder.
Yeah.
As a couple and as a family.
They loved each other.
Yeah.
They were always together. And they just liked being together.
Is there anybody watching this that honestly thinks, like that idiot said, that he solved it, Peter Folding and Ernie? Does anyone actually believe that? That man there is suffering, could be involved in getting rid of his own daughter?
No, I didn't. Hey. I didn't say that Ernie was involved in getting rid of his own daughter. That'd be fucking foolish, wouldn't it? Like, not just foolish for me to say it, but a foolish thing to think. I don't think he tried to get rid of her, but as we will see in that documentary, he was pretty fucking sure that she was in some fucking cabin somewhere being kidnapped. Maybe held for ransom? And like, the sort of people that get kidnapped and held for ransom are not the people that are going to end up handing over the money. They're the people that they want the money from. Like, you take the vulnerable people from the people that you want the money from, don't you? Like, do you not get it, Alan? Are you thick? Or are you just deliberately trying to make me look bad?
Really?
And from a man who was all over that sort of shit, like what it is he's got such a chip on his shoulder. It's double chips here now. It's a chip on each shoulder. Chip on the shoulder that I'm in the documentary. Yeah, love it. I love it.
I done a murder.
Second chip on the shoulder. He's taking it all the way back to I done a murder. Yeah, he's got so many chips. He could fucking serve fish with it. Now he's taking it back to I done a murder. So there's another chip. Another chip though is that he sort of understands what I'm alluding to in the Nicola Bulley case solved video then, yeah? Or at least he's watched it, hasn't he? And he's never talked about it. Like, he's never come on his stream and said, Scott's dropped a video. Now, we don't have see eye to eye, but this is the Nicola Bulley case, and here's some more information, so I'm going to treat the information seriously and ignore Scott because I don't like him. Or anything like that. You know, it doesn't speak about it. And now he speaks about it and just says it's rubbish, and does anyone believe it, and it's rubbish. And he's angry about it and like, ugh. And if he'd come up with something like that, he would have spoken about it till the cows come home. It would have been his Shadow Man moment. He'd have tried to like come out like he was some fucking write a book about it. He's changed the case. Alan would have called it change the case, and that's why I called it case solved, because I was gonna have a pop at Alan in the video and call it Nicola Bulley case changed, and like, you know, have a pop because Chris Watts changed the case, Alan changed the case and all that. But I didn't want to do that because I thought it was too on the nose. And also, changed isn't the same as solved, is it? But like the fucking dickhead, like, do you know what I mean? Like, he's got a massive chip on his shoulder about that video, and he's then at the end of it all explaining it a bit, twisted it out of recognition again. Like, such a bitter old man. Such a bitter old man. They could make a documentary. They've made this one about Paul Ansell's point of view, and I've got a good mind to sort of try and drum up every resource I have to make a documentary that is similar but tells it from a different perspective. Fucking
believe
idiot.
that?
You're flipping idiot, Alan. You flipping idiot.
Is there anybody-
And he's so bitter, isn't he? Such a bitter lemon.
Anybody watching this that honestly thinks, like that idiot said, that he solved it, Peter Folding and Ernie. Does anyone actually believe that? That man there is suffering, could be involved in getting rid of his own daughter? Really? Something should be done. But it won't be. It never is. Is it? Poor man.
Some of the absolute batshit crazy things that were being said. Conspiracies about me having an affair with one of Nikki's friends. And then that wasn't Nikki who left my house that morning.
So that does sound like Paul has listened to some of the Super Chuffer videos, because we were talking about that sort of stuff, or he might have been watching, because everyone was talking about that sort of stuff, weren't they? So fair enough, yeah. But to answer it by saying, right, so we're going to prove it by releasing photos, but in this, I don't want to get into the weeds of this, but in the same breath, he's like, we're proving that it was her that left the house this morning, yeah, by releasing the video and the photos. But actually, we hadn't made up a conspiracy. Well, I never made up a conspiracy theory at all or anything. I'm not like saying, oh, this is a conspiracy, you know, and all that. Not at all. But my question, and the same question as the police, missing from home. How do we know she left the house? Like, most people who were looking at this would question that, and I did. So if Paul had been watching my stuff, he'd have seen me question that. And then, so to prove that she did leave the house and to squash that mole, you know, mole squashing, at Whack-A-Mole, he released spurious fucking video, and like, you know. So it feels a little bit like Paul was watching the stuff that was on the internet and being worried about what people were saying, and then trying to release things to sort of change the course of that narrative, rather than finding Nikki, which is fucking weird, because that's not positively, you know, that doesn't ring right with the right behaviour, like, you know.
Today, new images have been given to the BBC showing Nicola packing her car on the morning she disappeared.
And these images were given by Emma. They were credited to Emma.
Then you release something to try and squash something, and all it does is then spirals into something else.
Because once you released the CCTV, we then critiqued it, didn't we?
On the clothing that
And it was released by Jizzy.
Nicola was last seen wearing.
Looking at
We've been through this yesterday, I'm repeating myself.
the CCTV and then listening to
But Alan's going to talk more, so we have to let him talk, sorry.
the police description of Nicola.
Head in his hands, look.
They are.
Alan did his whole, do you remember, Alan did his whole Metaplonker episode on this. We've got it on this channel. I should cut it again and drop it up again. Because what Alan, actually I should, it'd just be funny. I should just cut it as an edit from the stream. We did it as two halves of a stream, RIP Alan and Metaplonker. He said that the Jizzy True Crime logo that's written across the screen was metadata, and that it, like, you know, it was like metadata was so, like, he thought encrypted metadata was something you could see on the screen. And like the whole point of encrypted metadata, like there's two kinds of metadata. There's the metadata that's actually handled by the video, you know, like you can see when it was recorded, what kind of camera it was, all that, just by looking into the file, yeah? Like you've got that. But then the other kind of metadata that can be encrypted is in a JPEG, there's all different kinds of colours there and stuff, yeah? And you could put like a QR code in it, effectively, and you wouldn't be able to see it with the human eye because it could just be pixels. But a clever computer would be able to pick that out. So they can put like encrypted metadata into images to pass codes and secrets. So you might see a picture of a dog on the internet, but it actually might be a secret code from Russia telling them to do something, but only if you can zoom in on it and photograph it with your computer, and the computer can decipher it because it's encrypted. So Alan was thinking that the Jizzy True Crime logos were encrypted metadata on the image, and he did a whole show about it, and he's not bringing that up now.
Length black quilted gilet jacket.
If you look at the CCTV, it is not ankle length and it doesn't look black to me. The person that was
And he went on and on about that.
wearing the long black jacket was Emma White. People were saying, why would Paul give...
You see, you see, these people, right? The person was Emma White. Well, there's no proof of that, is there? But she said...
No, what we were saying was, is it Nicola? Because people thought it might look like Emma White, right? So what I did was I found a video of Emma White walking, and I overlaid them walking on top. Like, you know, we looked at the gate. Like, we tried to do our best to either rule in or out, like to either create some substance or rule it out, and that's a reasonable thing to do, I think. Like,
saying it like it's the truth. The person pretending to be Nicola Bulley was Emma White, and she's still saying it now. Look, saying it now. This is one of the people that was researched and being shown up. Like,
that's you. You were the person that got researched, and they would have shown you up if you had enough. Like, if you could have talked properly on camera, they would have come to your house and videoed you. If you had enough status on TikTok, they would have come to you. And you're bitter about it. You should have been in that woman's seat, shouldn't you, answering instead of her? And in a way, I feel that if I'm going to be put... I don't feel like I'm in that group, so I was a bit surprised to see my clips put exactly there. But I understand it, like I said earlier. But in a way, I feel that, like I said yesterday, I did it on Superchuff first. She answered the question quite badly at the end, but they chose to edit that question into their documentary, didn't they? Maybe she answered some others really well and we didn't see them. But I hope that... You know, if it had given me the same right to reply, I'd have given different answers. But I feel I'm in a different, slightly different boat. So I'm not the person that should answer for all the people that were doing the... I think she was having an affair on TikTok, you know? But you fucking basically are, so you should do. And you feel aggrieved that you're not.
who are these people on social media?
Who are these people? Who are you? You're one of them. You're just a really shit one now, Alan. You're on TikTok with them, and they're far more popular than you.
Yeah. I guess the internet's going to change because we can't have this. We just can't have it.
I'm sorry, what, Alan? I won't listen. The full-on, long-termers here. Get what Alan says now, Mr. Free Speech. Mr. Right to Reply, Mr. Free Speech. Now he wants there to be imposing rules on our freedoms in terms of what we can say on the internet. Alan wants that because of this documentary in the Nicola Bulley case. He's like, they were all saying, and they are saying, that the Nicola Bulley thing, maybe, I don't believe that Nicola Bulley was created as a fake operation so that they can change the law, but I think they looked at it and said, hey, this thing's happening, can we shoehorn our laws into this one? Yeah, this is going to help us, let's make it so we can make our laws, maybe that, or maybe it's things like this that happen that make them want to make laws. But anyway, the whole point is, no, we shouldn't be fucking restricted on the internet because we should be allowed to speak. And it shouldn't be that we should have more laws around, who can say the truth on the internet. But Alan thinks that we should. All of a sudden, U-turn. He's not in the documentary. He's one of these arseholes himself. I don't know why he wants this, because he is one. He's now talking politics because, he's a horrible arsehole and he's got nothing really of any value to put forward to the true crime world. And, people on TikTok think he's an idiot. So, he's now bitter and he's changed his mind and he thinks there should be more. We need to do something about these people. It's full insanity, isn't it? It's full insanity from Alan again.
That was researched and being shown up, who are these people on social media?
And who does he think he is?
I guess the internet's going to change because we can't have this.
We can't have it.
There's no chance. You can't say things like that, can you? Although she did, and she's not even ashamed of it. Look at her.
Give Emma White's description and not Nicola's description.
She's not even ashamed of it. It's a reasonable thing to say. They gave Emma's description. You reported on it.
They were just different things that didn't add up at the time, made people question, including myself.
Do you ever get worried that being part of that increases the conspiracy theories?
No, it doesn't worry me because at the end of the day, in the great scheme of what's going on out there, 1,000 people in my life is a lot to me, but in the population, it's not.
What about 7, Alan? Have you got 7 in your life? What about that?
You've got reality.
Anyway, so they're going to lecture Alan on reality. I mean, it's bizarre, isn't it?
Going on, but they're watching it like a soap opera.
And she did again. I'll reiterate what I said yesterday. No, we don't try. We don't think that we're making problems with conspiracies, because I won't deal in conspiracy. I won't deal in conjecture, and I won't deal in hearsay. I will talk about ideas and proper like theories and ideas, and I will try and give them some substance, and I will like follow it up with a search for evidence. And if there is none, I'll write things off and say there isn't. And I'm not just here to say, oh, some like with Jay Slater is a great example here. Yeah, let's say like, oh, that video of the people on the beach, right? I'm not going to look at it. Like what I did was I looked at it, right, and I said, well, that video doesn't look right. Like I wouldn't do a show about that video. I wouldn't put it on and debunk it. I just wouldn't do it. Like, let's not even talk about it, because it's completely like, there's some things that are worth debunking, and there's some things that haven't even been put forward properly to be debunked and aren't even. You might as well tell me the moon is made of cheese, and I should start doing a show on the moon, like, and how it's not like dairy products. Like, it's just stupid. Don't be stupid. And once you've got don't be stupid, like, do you remember with Nicola Bully, someone sent me, and it was going around, and that channel just gone viral, used it as thumbnails and clickbaited with it, pictures of a dead person from South Africa in a river, yeah, and they said it was Nicola Bully, and they all clickbaited it. Like, that just gone viral channel did that. And I had that sent to my inbox, that stuff, and I was like, well, I could do an episode where I said, hey, there's this bad video, this bad image. I think I just brought it up maybe on one stream once, maybe, check, as like a public health warning. There's a bad video circulating, watch out, don't believe it. But I wasn't going to show the video and bring it up and talk about it, even to decry it, because it's just at that extra low level of just like, if you spend your time doing that, you're going to spend your time going through every Facebook post and every bit of nonsense. And people should just be grown up enough and brainy enough to realise that it's all nonsense. Like, you don't need me to fucking debunk a Facebook post. It's on Facebook. It's a Facebook post. Wake up. Yeah, it falls into that category a bit, doesn't it? Anyway, I wasn't creating conspiracy theories. I never will accept that mantle. And when asked about it, she should have said, no, our show is not about creating conspiracy theories, rather than, it doesn't matter that we create conspiracy theories, hardly anyone's listening. Yeah, that was what my point was. Alan didn't have a point to make at all, despite him being involved actually in conspiracy. Like, he thinks the moon is fucking made of cheese, that we didn't go there, Kennedy wasn't shot, everything onwards. Alan's in all the conspiracy stuff. He loves it, but he let that go over his head as well.
Even some.
It's Rumble doing this.
Well-meaning people, they just revel in drama.
I was on my phone and me and Mum were at Paul's. And I just said,
anyway, is Alan going to do any more big speaking? Because I'm not watching that. Just like, he doesn't. This is the funny thing as well. Since he made his point about the chuffer, right? He fucking doesn't say much else, and he even gets up and goes away at one point. Look, hang on, check this out.
There were a couple of individuals
We're going to walk to the bench, have a look at the river level there, and then we're going to walk elsewhere.
who caused
So-
significant concern.
Actually, been in people's back gardens.
During this part where people who cause concern come up, Alan just gets up and walks off on his own stream. I mean, I'm going to go to the bathroom in a second, but he didn't tell you where he's going or anything. He's not watching this. He's just putting it on the telly so that you can watch it. Do you know what I mean? He's just broadcasting it. Like, oh, please don't advertisement me again. I hate Rumble so much.
They asked for some
Okay.
wording to be replaced with the word menopause.
He talks about the menopause bit a little bit, but, he's just going over the old shit. Let's see what he's got to say at the end of it all. Come on, Rumble. Like, it's making my life really difficult to react to Rumble, because look at it. Look at this sad act.
Logan Productions. Nice people.
Nice people. You know them then, yeah? You know they've got good hearts, and they've done that for the good of everyone involved, yeah? Good hearts. Like, they've looked into it, they've found the truth, they've decided that Paul is, like, the legitimate honour in it, like, is fair if they trust Paul and the family, I guess, like, and they legitimately could trust them, I suppose. But it's a very delicate thing, isn't it? It's a very delicate thing. So, yeah.
Very nice people.
Very nice people.
Did their best. But left so much out. Well, they have to, right? Oh, I've just got more questions. But what is clear that if anybody wants to believe that Nicola Bully's father was involved in any way, don't. speculate on that, please. And don't speculate about who was ever in an affair about with who and whatever. The lady's gone. And watching that now as an ex-YouTuber, I'm so pleased I'm out of that YouTube. I'm so pleased that the toxic has left me, because I won't do murder cases or missing person cases anymore, because I can't cope with the family's heartbreak and whatever. Even if I've got a theory that I think is stone cold, like I have got a really good theory in the McGann case and the Watts case, but
Oh, an advert. Fuck you, Rumble. I was going to let him play then so you could hear him talking before I pause and pause and
there's
pause.
just no
I'll come
point.
back, yeah.
There's no point. I don't want to see people hurt. I just can't do it. And I'm pleased I can't do it. Personally, I've moved on to politics, which I find easier to talk about than the death of people.
Right, we'll come to that. I want to rewind this and pick it apart, of course, because it's me. So this is quite enjoyable.
McCann case people. Very nice people. Did their best. Did their best, but left so much out. Well, they have to, right?
Yeah. Isn't that what I said?
Oh, I've just got more questions. But what is clear that if anybody wants to believe that Eddie.
Eddie? Sorry, Eddie? Eddie? Did you say Alan? Did you say Eddie?
I've just had a lovely cup of tea and a Bakewell tart.
What's Eddie doing on your mind, Alan? You know when you do the lies, Alan, and you say the things that you're not supposed to say because they're on your mind? If anyone wants to believe that Eddie's involved, he's not. In what? Or Ernie Bully? What, you've done some thorough investigation and you can conclude that he's not involved in what? It's just insanity. Are you talking to Eddie behind the scenes, Alan? Did you fucking, like, between, like, there's a couple of options here, right? Like, are you trying to see the idea in my mind that you and Eddie have been working together to try and, like, poison the well with these documentary people? Because they would treat the both of you like idiots and clowns. Like, they'd be grown-ups and they'd look at you both and think you were idiots. So I don't think that. Or is it that you just, like, you and Eddie have concluded to try and make it look like you've been talking to the documentary people so you can look good? Or is Eddie nothing to do with it? Or is Eddie your friend? Or, like, what's going on? Why is Eddie on your mind, you fucking nutter? Eddie, I'll pick that out. There you go. I'll pick that out.
Did their best, but left so much out. Well, they have to, right?
It's just classic.
I've just had a lovely cup of tea and a Bakewell tart.
Good old Alan.
Ooh! I done a murder.
Managed to accidentally say Eddie's name when he's not supposed to.
Oh, I've just got more questions. But what is clear that if anybody
little Freudian slip
wants to believe that Eddie, well, not Eddie, Nicola Bully's father was involved in any way.
Right, because Eddie wasn't in conversation at all, was he? No one had mentioned Eddie, and you meant not Eddie. When you said Eddie and you mean Eddie then? You nutter.
Don't speculate on that, please.
Snake Man.
And don't speculate about who was ever in it.
Do you remember a while ago I said, get in with a load of bed of vipers, load of snakes, you end up getting bitten, yeah? And, like, we all know who the fucking snakes are.
Affair about with who and whatever. The lady's gone. And watching that now as an ex.
Like, Alan, after Chris Watts murdered his family, they were dead. But it didn't stop you speculating and going on and on. Nicola Bully was dead, basically, wasn't she? After a certain amount of time of not coming back. I mean, there was okay, there were possibilities, but like, and then she was found dead, so she was dead, and it didn't stop you going on and on. Like, don't talk about it because she's dead. Like, we talked about it because she was dead. You fucking idiot. Like, that's one of the reasons we carried on talking about it. Like, I despair with the man.
YouTuber. I'm so pleased I'm out of that YouTube
You're not pleased you're out of YouTube. You had a breakdown. It's taken you a year to get back to this, which is sitting on a hill of nothing, crying into your crotch. You've got nothing, nobody watches you, no one cares. Your Rumble is shit. Your TikTok is like, we're going to go on, he's going to tell us about it. His TikTok is horrific, right-wing, racist arsehole. Like, it's just horrible. And he's going to tell you something really horrible in a minute, and you're going to want to hear it. You're going to want to hear it. And it's just exactly Alan. Exactly Alan. I think he's having a bit of a bad time dealing with this documentary and the fact that Super Chuffer's on it. You know, I've taken all the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune that have come at me because they slightly cut me, and I'm not going to spend my life being bitter about a fucking like clip on a documentary. Do you know what I mean? I want a BBC documentary and all my friends and family can see it, and they're not all eggy about it. They're like, well, you know, you said something that everyone thinks. There you go. You've managed to make it onto the BBC doc. And Alan, you'll hear this and you'll understand this. In 10 years' time, like they do with the Chris Watts stuff, when the YouTubers are watching it on 10 years' time on that documentary, in 20 years' time, when the new generation are doing it with whatever the fuck they do, you know, whether it's Roblox or whatever, like they'll be doing a review of the Nicola Bulley case, and they'll see me on the documentary, and they'll go and look on my channel, because at the moment people might not if they see me on the BBC telly. Do you know what I mean? They're not going to look at me on the BBC telly. This is for Alan specifically, yeah, this, just to get on his arse. But like, the people that watch the BBC are not going to see it and go, who's that Super Chuffer? I don't like him. Let's research him. Or I like the cut of his jib. Let's get onto YouTube. Like, they're probably not going to do that in general. But in years to come, Alan, like little bits and pieces here and there. I go and watch Richard D. Hall stuff on Madden and McCann, don't I? Years down the line. Like, so do you. That's how you got started as an armchair detective. But that will happen with Super Chuffer because it's in the documentary. I'm there in it saying it. That will happen with it. It won't happen with you. Your stuff's all removed off YouTube and you're done. You're gone. But Super Chuffer's in the documentary, Alan. He's in the documentary. Super Chuffer is in the documentary, Alan. Super Chuffer. In the documentary.
I'm so pleased that the toxic has left me, because
the toxic has not left him. He's just filtered it into a different direction. It's even more toxic, the things he says about race and immigration, the way he parrots this racist reform agenda, which is polluting our country at the moment. Like, it's even more toxic.
I won't do murder.
They're trying to get rid of our European Convention of Human Rights. They're trying to get rid of your human rights. He's disgusting. And listen to what he says about this, about murders. This is off the fucking charts.
Cases or missing person cases anymore. Because I can't cope with the...
You can't cope with... Well, Alan, what can't you cope with? Are you having trouble coping? What can't you cope with, Alan?
Family's heartbreak.
The family's heartbreak.
And whatever, even though...
And whatever. You can't cope with the family's heartbreak after fucking 10 years of breaking hearts. It's suddenly got to you. Because you've seen that documentary about Nicola Bulley's family and her dad done a cry. Like, you are fucking lying. You are lying. The reason you can't do true crime anymore is because you're about to go before a judge for fucking libel and slander or whatever, isn't it? And you're going to lose. And you think if you do it on the lead up to the court case, the judge is going to see it and think that you haven't changed and you're still just a shitbag. And you're going to plead, when it comes to the sentencing, you're going to say, excuse me, Your Honour, in mitigation I plead that I'm not doing it anymore and I've stopped. So please don't hurt me. That's why you're doing it. Or not doing it. And what you're doing instead isn't going to win you any favour with a judge. It's going to look worse. Like, you're just as nasty as you ever were. It's just, instead of picking on the families of murder victims, you're picking on... And like, what he did with the Chris Watts people was so much worse than what I've done with Nicola Bulley and that. Like, if Ernie Bulley's not driving that truck and if his business is not exporting live animals and, like, you know, driving around in trucks in that area and all that, like, which it is, well, it isn't now, but it was, you know, then that's not my... I didn't do that. That's what he did. So I'm not doing anything to the family. I'm not saying they fucking murdered their daughter, and I'm not saying they knew something that they didn't tell the police and this and that. Like, Alan, like, the way he was doing it with the Chris Watts stuff was so bad, yeah? And, like, he's got the gall to say he cares about the family of murder victims. Like, he had them in his chat. He was contacting them. Like, are you fucking insane?
Even if I've got a theory that I think is stone cold, like I have got a really good theory in the McCann case.
You got a really good theory in the McCann case, yeah? No one gives a fuck. No one gives a fuck.
And the Watts case. But
And the Watts case. Well, maybe you should talk about that further now.
there's just no point.
There's no point, really? What happened about the fight for justice, Shanann, the kids, you know, and all that? Like, no, it's you feel so strongly for the murder victims and their families, but really there's no point. Why? Because you're not on YouTube and you can't get any money out of it and no one gives a shit listening to you. Why have you turned to politics? Like, is it some sort of crusade you've got? Is that what it is? Is it deep down in your heart something you feel really important about? Wow. Scumbag then, yeah?
There's no point. I don't want to see people hurt.
I don't want to see people hurt. You only stopped because you got banned off YouTube and because you've petered out into a little shriveled nothing. At what point recently did you decide you didn't want to see people hurt that changed your tack? Was it the court case? Was it the sitting before a judge in that Teams thing? Was that it? Because up until that moment, like, when did you decide that? And how are you not hurting people with your fucking racist, horrible, like, nationalist rhetoric? How are you not hurting people there? You're a seedy, nasty sadist. You described, Alan, about how when you feel hurt, you hurt other people to make yourself feel better. You described that. We've got it on the streams. Like, what are you saying? You're just lying.
Can't do it. And I'm pleased I can't do it.
He's pleased he can't do it. He's happy that he's not allowed to be on YouTube anymore.
Personally, I've moved on to politics, which I find easier to talk about than the death of people. Politics, funny enough, was involved murder of so many people, you can't count them. You don't, for some reason, I can't vision 1 million people being killed in Yemen or something. I can't vision that. But one missing person, I'll get involved with it emotionally. I don't want to do that anymore. Some of these...
So it's easier to talk about the deaths of, I don't know, 1 million people in Yemen or somewhere than it is one missing person. Because with one missing person, I'll get emotionally attached. But with the 1 million in Yemen, fuck them.
I done a murder. I done a murder. I done a murder. I'm a cat.
Sometimes he really shows himself for who he is. You know, sometimes my episodes are really funny. Depends on my mood as well. Because when I first watched this, I was eating pizza with my sister. We were sat in this exact room in this exact place, and I was laughing and like telling her, "Oh, but he does it," and she was like, "Just let it run." And I was like, just eating the pizza, and we were just laughing about him being an arsehole. But it was funny to see someone, you know, react to him that doesn't watch him and see, "Wow, he said that," and like, you know. But to me, this makes me angry in a way. You know, it is common, I suppose, but like Alan's saying, the reason he prefers to do talking about the people who are dead in Yemen is because he doesn't care about them. And the reason that, listen, deeper than this, the reason people connected with the Nicola Buddy case in some way, and they didn't explore it too heavily on the documentary, but people like that woman from the Daily Mail is, it could have been me. She was selfishly putting us, I could have been me. But actually, I think a lot of us felt that it could have been either me or someone we loved, or I reflected on, like, you know, the people around me, like, it could have been them. It could have been any one of my friends. You know, I'm looking, you know, like, but some people might have thought it could have been them, I suppose. Like, you know, that's fair, I suppose. But the real truth of it is that because, like, people say, why do white people, pretty white people, like, if it's a white child, why does it get more attention? You know, why did Nicola Woody get more attention than that other person that's black or whomever, you know, that didn't get the attention? And the truth is, she's in the majority by being white, so there's that. And, like, yeah, more photogenic, better to go on the front of the news, that, you know, and all that business, yeah. But there's more people that identify with that person as well. There's more people that resonate with her story of being, like, you know, a person in like them. So, like, with more people that resonate with your story, there's more attention on it, isn't there? So there's lots of reasons, but Alan feels more... Like, obviously, with the racism and the fascism that he's talking about, he's not just talking about 1 million people in Yemen. With his content, he's talking about 50 people in a boat sometimes. People die in that fucking sea, don't they? And you don't care. Can't feel any compassion with them. And it's not the numbers. It might be where they're from. It's not the numbers. It's not the numbers, because he's not talking about millions of people in Yemen dying. Like, he's not doing that. His content is about people coming over in boats and other poor people that have to try and get a house. It's about a hotel full of immigrants. His content is about small numbers, relatively small. You might say there's loads, but relatively small. And it's about people that don't look like him, people that have got different colour skin. They're equally like him because they equally have nothing in, starting off from the bottom end of society with nothing. Like, in the same way as Alan does every morning, because he's basically got nothing and he's starting off from the bottom end of society, isn't he? Like, because he's like, they can probably speak English better than Alan, but the thing he's angry at is, so what he's basically admitting to is that he doesn't have real heart and soul like the rest of us. Because I'm sure I agree with you, to a lot of people, big numbers in a war, you don't really think about it in the same way as you might think about your next door neighbour, But like, I don't know if you've ever been to the war graves, like. When I go to war graves, it makes me feel really emotional. I don't know if you've ever been to like a Holocaust museum or something like that, but again, that experience can bring it into sharper focus. And when you realise it and think about it in that way, I don't know, like films do it as well, don't they? Like when you really understand it and have a think about it, it does get to you. But when because Alan's making content about it, what he's saying is it doesn't get to him, he doesn't care. He's a nasty sadist about the right people. Or the wrong people, I suppose, is the way to look at it, depending on what kind of language you want to use. But I find that to be a fucking horrific admission, really. And the way he just so casually says it, like it's kind of cool, kind of fine. At least it's good for him and his mental health that he doesn't give a fuck about. Like he's talked about dead people and death and vulnerable victims and dead. Like he focused on little girls and women and dead. Like he focused on that for a good number of years. But apparently it hurts him the way the families feel. So now he's more happy to talk about hundreds of people dying in a foreign country because he couldn't care fuck about their families, is what he's saying to you, yeah? Like, he's a sick man, like a really sick man.
I don't want to see people hurt, I just can't do it.
I don't want to see people hurt.
And I'm pleased I can't do it. Personally, I've moved on to politics, which I find easier to talk about than the death of people. Politics, funny enough, was involved murder of so many people you can't count them. You don't, for some reason, I can't vision 1 million people being killed in Yemen or something. I can't vision that. But one missing person, I'll get involved with it emotionally, and I don't want to do that anymore. Some of the
How involved emotionally has Alan been in his cases? Have you ever seen any emotional involvement other than sneering and glee? Like, come on.
These YouTubers and TikTokers.
The sexual excitement and the thrill he feels from describing the kill. Like, other than that.
That say things are facts and say they've solved the case. And
it's me again.
The gross things they say about Nicola Bulley's grave and what they like to do.
I'm sorry, what? Are you going on about that clip where I said, Eddie, you love Nicola Bulley so much, yeah, and it comes off the back of Eddie coming into my chat and saying weird shit about Nicola Bulley, about how he met her in a dance in fucking 1960, 70, 80, 90 something, in the 90s, he met her and like she was young and he was there with her. Like Eddie was saying this shit and I said, Eddie, if you love Nicola Bulley so much you want to dig her up and fuck her, why don't you fucking come on and talk about it like a man? Yeah? But they clipped it to make me look really bad, didn't they? They didn't use that in the documentary, did they? You're pathetic. You people are pathetic and you can't fucking touch me. Sad. Alan, you're bitter. And you're repeating things that Eddie is involved in. So where are you getting these ideas? Are you just watching from the sidelines or are you, involved in the talking to them? You fucking sad, sick people. Really. Like, it's so pathetic. Like, these are grown men here. Well, they're supposed to be, aren't they? Maybe something's not working for them. Like, they're fucking bitter. They are fucking bitter.
Same.
I've just had a lovely cup of tea and a Bakewell tart.
Some of these YouTubers.
It's weird because Alan's now on the side of the people who are trying to take away our rights and manipulate conversation on the internet and stuff. So it is weird, but like, he's always been a fucking shitbag for his own personal interests. So, you know, is he drinking the Kool-Aid now? They surely wouldn't have made Alan an offer. What's the point? He's a useless fucking busted flush.
And TikTokers
Yeah, it's probably the Masons.
that say things are facts and say they've solved the case. And
Where's the fucking blonde whore with the fucking tits and a fishnet and a fishnet and a fishnet and a fish? Where's that fucking blonde cunt whore? Where is she? Where is she? Where's that fucking whore at?
now hold on, Lorraine. Gross things they say about Nicola Bulley's grave and what they like to do.
Know what I'd like to do? What Eddie would like to do, you nutter.
Just sick.
I'm sure that's what he's referencing. It's just he's getting it wrong.
I'd like to thank you all for joining me tonight. And that's a couple of things there that
Talking of sick, we're going to watch Jason Dean Rothwell in a second.
I'm really pleased that Rochelle was pouring his gym gear because all the speculation. I had to put my gym gear on. He had his gym gear on.
It's not. We weren't speculating that he was wearing his gym gear. All the witnesses said he was wearing his gym gear. You fucking idiot. It's why. And why did he make that decision? And at what point in time did he do it? And how does it tie into his actual story about what happened that morning?
And of course, maybe they can't show us footage of Nicola Bulley because she didn't leave. She never left the area, maybe. But it still doesn't clear up why we haven't got any CCTV in the area. They didn't show us one picture of Nicola Bulley in the area that morning, did they?
No.
So there's still questions.
But you're not the man to ask them.
How did she drown in such shallow water?
Hello?
What was the altercation over with the dog and the...
There wasn't an old... Oh my God.
Why is the timeline all over the place?
You're all over the place.
But I'm done with it. I'm done with it.
Well, you're not done with it because you just used it for content because you thought that you'd get some clicks and views, or you just got such a cob on about Super Chuffer that you thought you'd have to use your show, like your Rumble content show, as just like your own personal malicious weapon. Like, you're a nutter.
I'll leave Ernie and Dot to have good memories of Nicola Bulley. Not my mention of Nicola's dog there. Nicola...
I'm sorry, what?
Loved her dog. That didn't come across, did it?
No. No, they didn't really want to talk about the dog, no. He's right. That's a good point. Again, I think an hour and a half, maybe it gets in as a section. You tight 60 minutes. Maybe it gets cut, but yeah, they didn't talk about the dog much at all, or about how the dog became unengaged from the harness, about how the images of Nicola in the documentary with the dog in the harness all the time, even walking in the field with the ball and wearing the harness, but yet the dog was found without the harness on. Like, that hasn't been talked about, has it? And what kind of person goes on a dog walk, takes the harness off the dog so it can run around, but usually you wouldn't take the harness off, you just let it run around, and she does always just let the dog run around off, and then at some point would take the dog off the harness while she was sat by the bench. Like, I don't know, I don't know.
I don't know why they didn't show the videos of her walking her beloved dog.
Because there aren't video. What do you mean? I mean past videos. I think they did. Well, not walking. Well, some of them.
Oh, never mind. Let's hope Paul and his family can keep the good memories, eh?
Just saying what he thinks people should hear, which is what Jason Dean Rothwell has been doing. Just trying to make his reputation as positive and as lovely as possible. Not trying to make himself look like a fucking sinister shit. No, that would be stupid, wouldn't it?
I learned a lot from that. I've learned a lot from the last year, to be honest.
Did you? Is that true, do you think? Alan's learned a lot.
About human nature and how people can be so disgusting.
You were disgusting. It's not people. You were disgusting. And you've been banned off YouTube. And you're sitting in your own shit. And you would continue to do things if you hadn't been caught out and thrown off. And we tore your content apart, Alan. the shit you spoke. It wasn't just like we're laughing at you for being an arsehole. Like the shit you spoke, you know, we tore you apart. Like, you're useless and you are still a toilet on TikTok. Like, what have you learned? It's just stupid to suggest it. You've shown, like, he hasn't shown any learning. That documentary was on last night, yeah? So now he's, all that's in his head. Right, now I believe this and this is my thing. Like, you haven't learned anything from a year. You were still doing it for a year. It's only the impending court case that's changed your behaviour.
Thank you all for coming. And that sort of brought back bittersweet memories for me, personally.
Bittersweet memories for you.
And I'm glad I told the stories to Rogan Productions. And
If we can believe that you did, you're glad that you tattletaled on other creators. Tried to poison the well for them. Good. Good for you.
I'm glad they listened.
They listened. They were already on an agenda, you fucking idiot. You would have been up on the chopping block if you had any more profile.
To me, as much as they could.
You think they took your advice in their documentary, despite your track record of being on the internet and the things you've done? It's insanity, Alan. It's insanity. They couldn't use you because you can't talk.
I'd like to thank them for not slagging me off.
They didn't,
After-
Alan, they didn't slag you off because you're inconsequential. I don't think he even talked to them. Honestly, I don't. I'd like to thank them. Like, Alan, you're inconsequential. They couldn't find clips of your YouTube because it's gone. Like, shut up.
I spoke to them for hours. They didn't slag me off, which is really good.
I spoke to them for hours. They didn't slag me off. So he thinks I'm going to be eggy because they slag me off. That's what he is, oh no, in Scott's world, Scott's eggy because, not only did they slag me off, but they spoke to Alan for hours. Oh no, I've got the bad end of this stick. No, I'm in the documentary and you're not, Alan. And they didn't slag me off. They let me actually say something in the documentary, even if it was cut from my channel. I said it, and I said it on my channel, and I said it on the documentary. And they slagged you off, in effect, by talking about the kind of things that people did and that you were doing. Like, this is absolute delusion, isn't it? Total delusion. Oh, and they didn't slag me off. Are you talking to me? Is this Alan's big victory over Scotty Hottie? Because it don't feel like it. Not to me, it don't. Got my lovely new background. We're riding into October. We're going to be playing fun games on Twitter. I mean, it's not Twitter, Twitch, sorry. It's not even late. I can switch over to Twitch in a minute. And Super Chuffer obviously has gone strong this last couple of days. Like, with obviously the reaction, or the pre-action, like the preview of the Nicola Bulley documentary, and what will come. You know, me breaking it down and doing little episodes on each chapter of it, and reflecting on it. You know, that's still to come. So that's obviously going to be strong on the channel. It's not what I want my channel to be, a Nicola Bulley channel, but by things like this happening, it will happen. You know, that channel has covered pretty much all of the Nicola Bulley stuff. It will continue to do so. If something drops out the sky and it's got Nicola Bulley's name on it, I will do a video on it. You know what I mean? Like, other than that, though, I'm not going to intend to grift it. Like, that's not the way. I'm not going to do a video every day. Wow, something you should know about. Something you should know about. Wow, I'm not going to talk about this anymore, except for 5 more videos that I'm going to be forced to talk about it. Like, just fucking hell. Like, people have got their heads right up their arse, haven't they? But Alan, we've got a wise group round here, and we can see through your nonsense. We have them for ages, and you're the worst of the dregs of the worst of the dregs. Look at you. It's gone sad. It's gone downhill. Bad. Victory Super Chuffer again. Victory Super Chuffer again. Victory Super Chuffer.
To me, as much as they could. I'd like to thank them for not slagging me off after I spoke to them for hours. They didn't slag me off, which is really good. Thanks for watching, guys. You're great. See you soon, eh?
The great armchair detective who didn't even manage to make it into the documentary.
Good night.
Despite having to talk. They talked to him for hours and they thought there's nothing of value here. We won't get him in it. If his story is correct and they talked to him for hours, it makes him look like an arsehole because he slagged off other YouTubers, grassed people up, pointed fingers, and lied about his own fucking involvement and what he was up to and what he was saying to a certain extent and degree, huh? I don't know what he must have said about being deleted off YouTube. they can see his TikTok as it stands. It's horrible, hate-filled, and they, after watching him and talking to him and all of that, he didn't manage to convince them to put him in the documentary. Like, they chose other people because they thought they were better than Alan. Like, that woman that they chose, Alan, the TikTok woman, they thought she was better than you. Didn't they? Like, even if you don't share the chuffer's opinion, she didn't, but they chose her. Jizzy, she got in. You, no. Super Chuffer got in on the clips. It's not just clips, specifically to illustrate a point so that he can answer back on it, you know, about Paul and the Riverside. You know, specifically, who are we going to use as a YouTuber that was talking about the Nicola Bulley case and critiquing Paul when he stood by the river? Are we going to use Alan Vinnicombe, the Armchair Detective, or are we going to use Super Chuffer? We're going to use Super Chuffer as a prominent YouTuber who was critiquing Paul's video when he went out by the river. That's exactly what I did, Alan. Did you? Yeah? Did they use your video? No. No. Bit eggy, are you? Yeah. A little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. God, I love this shit. So next, I just really wanted to reiterate. I don't know if now is. I don't know what I want to do next, really, to be honest. What I want to do first is, some people gave me tips earlier, right? On the coffee.com system. If you want it read out on the screen, here it is. And you gave me super chats earlier, and I'm very grateful, and gifted memberships. That's the coffee.com system. Wait, hang on. This is a problem to me, right? Is I think I need to put this in another window because I need to see my account system, and you don't want to see my coffee.com account, do I? But I think we had some tips that came in, and they didn't get read out on the screen, and I just want to check and press a button to see that it works. Because, like, okay, I'm just going to read these out that have been sent to me, just in case they didn't come through. Oh, I should have done this at the start of the episode. In fact, maybe I'll save them for Super Chuffer, because we're going to do more Super Chuffer next week, and they are pertaining to what we talked about. So, but Ellie sent one saying, I'm missing the Gang Stalkers 7 hours ago, so shouts out Ellie. And I just want to test the system, so I just need to go to my page, my home thing, because I don't know if it read it out on the screen last time. Buttons and widgets. And then we're going to do some of Jason Dean Rothwell. I don't know exactly how I feel about Jason Dean Rothwell doing it now. Earlier on, I felt really strongly that I wanted to just reiterate that Jason Dean Rothwell was fucking out of this world. I don't like him. But hang on, there's the test. No, it was. We did have a tippy today, and it worked, didn't it?
Tippies. This is just a test.
Yeah, that's a test.
Super Chuffer owes 3
Did we have a tippy today and it worked? I can't remember. I'm tired now, but I just wanted to make sure no one had their tippy, like, so from behind the scenes that I can see on the other window. Body Sculpture said it was sad watching Ernie in tears, but did you notice nothing was mentioned about Nicola's injuries or the Men in Black, let alone the red van? And I received tippy, so thank you very much for that. And Tracy said big up Scott on the Tellis. I think that one came through, but thank you for that, just in case I don't remember to say it in the future. Okay, right, I can close that. And yeah, I might as well paste it in to the stream. Yeah. Wait, have I turned off the wrong window there? I thought I turned off the window in case I was showing you my account thing. I've turned off the chat. Why have I turned off the chat? Have I popped it back in? Popping it in and out now. Popping it in and out. I've messed up the chat doing that. Why isn't it? It is there. I can see it on OBS, but don't mess me about now, OBS. Why is it up there? I can't move it. I'm having a panic. There it is, look. Got it back. Got it back. So why is it... It looks like... Okay. Welcome to chat. Yeah. Top chat. Live chat. Live chat. Okay. Live chat. I had a panic. There you are. You weren't there. Where were you? I woke up and you weren't there. Some uplifting fun stuff on Nutterwatch now. What, instead of this, do you think it was a bit drab the way I talked about it? I want it, like, listen, it's about my attitude and my feels, isn't it? But like, sometimes Alan makes me cross, and he's such a shitbag, really, isn't he? Like, what he tried to say there was that he tried to stitch things up for Super Chuffer, and he was responsible for Super Chuffer getting the bad rub of the green on the documentary. And I don't think he was. I think they already had that agenda anyway, and Super Chuffer just happened to be one of the channels that they came across in their research and put in the box of, we'll use him as an example of this. Like, you know, like in an ideal world, oh, they came around my house and gave me 6 hours an interview, and I got on the thing and they thought I was King Kong, and like, they're not gonna. Like, it's about Paul Ansel and his perspective, and we all know what's been going on, so like, I'm cool with it. Like, I've already given my instinctive reaction on it, but hearing Alan talk about it as if he's some special person, and like, it's so, and when we all know and can see as well, it's so disgraceful, isn't it? He's on Rumble in front of 7 people. Like, what a sad act. But so yeah, maybe I put a bit more vitriol into that than I should have done, and maybe it should have been more comedic, but you should have caught me yesterday when I was eating pizza and laughing at it. Different moods, different vibes, different times. Yo, now what? Okay, hang on. Give me a second. Give me my mouse back, please, and give me a second. Going unstable connection. Things are just gonna, hopefully this is going to work. Wait, where's the one I need to... Chuffer. Bad Chuffer. I need to fix this, hang on. I will be able to fix it. Hurry up, Firefox. Oh, this is annoying me. We're gonna get it yet? Why are we not getting it? How am I not hitting this? What the fuck, dude? Dude, what the fuck, dude? I don't want to reset the whole system. Bear with me if you're watching and it's still working and we're having technical difficulties. But, just is what it is, isn't it? Just is what it is. I don't want to have to reset the whole fucking system. Oh, that would be a right arsehole, because it might reset the stream. I think we can reset the system. Fuck it. Reset the system. And we fix it. I don't want to take a Valve hardware survey, no. And we fix it. And we fix it, basically.
The biggest jungle, nicest jungle.
I think we fixed it, don't we? Did we fix that? Yeah.
Falling in helicopter. Flying over, falling in helicopter.
Okay. I was going to do some Jason Dean Rothwell just to go over his old stuff actually and just see that he's a nutter, but I don't really feel like it now. I'm going to do a bit of Paul Arnott. Do you want to see what Paul Arnott's been up to? What fucking Windows am I doing now? This Windows. And Paul Arnott is TikTok, isn't he? Down the Rapids. And I'm going to change my face. Let's go back to this. And you've changed the frame for me when I switched it off. Hobbs. Thanks. It's just don't worry about the technical issue. It's just an issue. So it just happened. And for some people that'll be the end of the show, because I'm sure that a lot of people will have just thought, fuck it, I'm not watching this if nothing's happening. He's gone to Vietnam. Now this might make me cross as well, so I don't know if I want to watch this either.
So today, guys, I am so excited. I have been
He's taking the Richard Huckle tour, isn't he?
invited to a
He's going to end up in Philippines, isn't he?
celebration out here in Vietnam with some friends. Now, in most of the world, we use the Gregorian calendar. There's 6 different calendars that are used in different parts all around the world. And out here in Vietnam, they also use the Chinese calendar. And today is the 1st of the month on the Chinese calendar. And on the 1st of the month and the 15th of the month, you eat lots of fruit, you get everybody together, you have a big meal, you get loads of flowers, and you just celebrate with everyone. So I'm going to go check this out. I am so excited. The whole purpose of this celebration is to bring luck. So I'm just going to meet up with the rest of the gang. And yeah, I'm so excited. So here we are, guys. We've got the rest of the gang here. We've got some really cool food. We have got salad. I think this is pork.
Who's this gang?
Chicken. Loads of different foods.
Don't tell me it's a family.
So yeah, this is absolutely amazing. Say hello. Give us a wave.
Oh no, just not a
wave. Hey, but yeah, absolutely amazing.
He's staying with a family with a young.
So excited to try this food. It looks
Like, who are these people?
brilliant. So I'm trying to learn how to use the chopsticks again, guys. It's a bit of a nightmare, I'll be honest. And over here, I've got some salad. Soy sauce. Oh, that's fish though, isn't it?
Soy sauce.
Soy sauce isn't fish. Oyster sauce is fish.
Oyster.
Soya sauce.
Okay. And here there's like lettuce. We've got some meat wrapped in it and also some rice paper. So let's give this a go. Soy sauce is fish though.
Soy sauce is not fish, you dummy. It's soy, isn't it? Soybeans, and they ferment them. Like, is he that stupid?
Okay. So we've just finished dinner. It was absolutely delicious. It was so tasty.
Okay, there's a young lad and that lady, and I don't know who these people are. I can't get into my head like what they are like and who they are.
Loads of different things. We had
Well, apparently he's got a blue tick now.
noodles. We had beef. Loads of different sauces, and it was just it was delicious, guys. So yeah, great experience. Big love.
Great experience. What are you going to do now? Have a big sit down. Who are those people? Like, what the fuck? We've got the 15-hour bus ride to where?
So after 400 miles on an overnight sleeper bus, I have finally made it to my next destination, guys. And what a madness it's been. I have been through 3 different lots of bus tickets.
Always a madness.
The first bus I missed. The second bus I also missed. And the third bus I finally managed to catch. Now, the way it works out here in Asia, guys, with the sleeper buses, is on one side you have a single bed, and then on the other side of the bus you have double beds. So if you're travelling with your girlfriend or family or whoever, you can actually sleep next to each other. Now, the first 2 bus tickets that I booked, I managed to book the single bed. However, when it came to the third bus, I actually finally managed to catch. The only tickets left were one double bed at the back of the bus.
Oh, I see. I thought he was going to say he was in a double bed with someone else.
Oh my goodness, please don't let me be put next to someone. So I got on the bus.
Soy sauce isn't vegan, it contains fish. Some soy sauce. And like, out in Asia, you've got fish sauce, oyster sauce, and soy sauce. And soy sauce is fermented soy, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, if you think so. I'd always check on the ingredients, I guess. Like, but as far as, I'm pretty sure soy sauce is like not fish, but like.
First 10 hours were absolutely fine. Well, when I say they're fine, you're literally bouncing up and down on the bed. It feels like the bus has no
Why were you bouncing up and down on the bed?
suspension. It's super hot. I felt quite ill, to be fair. But I did manage to get some sleep. Now, after 10 hours, I woke up and there was a guy spooning me, guys. And I looked round. And I was like, what the hell is going on? There was a guy like directly looking at me. Well, he wasn't looking at me, but his eyes were shut. And he was spooning me, and I was like, what the hell is going on? And I kind of moved, and the guy rolled over. And I went back to sleep, and I woke up, and I was in the right...
What do you mean I kind of moved and the guy rolled over? If you wake up on a bus and a man is on touching you, like, there's going to be a small fuss, isn't there? Excuse me, sir. Do you mind getting out the fuck out of my bed? What the fuck are you doing in my bed? Touching me as well on another level. This, but like, I booked the ticket. This is my bed. What the fuck are you doing? Like, sorry, excuse me, mate. I just rolled over. I just moved a bit, wiggled my bum. Like, what are you, like, what the fuck? And look at his little face. Look at his little face. This is a bus from like India to Asia. Cross-continental bus, apparently. 40-hour bus ride. I don't know if you need a passport. Like, what the... Is it that he didn't buy both beds? Do you think? Do you think he bought one bed and assumed it was the double and that's his bed, and that they booked the other ticket to somebody else and they just come and got in? Like, oh my god. I don't even know if I trust this accurately anyway. I don't know what's been going on his travels. Do you know what I mean? You're on the bus and you're in the bed and it's bouncing around and it's like, you know, Paul and his travels. Maybe the bus is one of those opportune places. Maybe it's a bit of a free-for-all. Maybe that guy's just got in and had his... Anyway.
Fair. But I did manage to get some sleep. Now, after 10 hours, I woke up. And there was a guy spooning me, guys. And I looked round, I was like, what the hell is going on? There was a guy like directly looking at me. Well, he wasn't looking at me, but
it's like a scene from Dumb and Dumber.
His eyes were shut. And he was spooning me, and I was like, what the hell is going on? And I kind of moved, and the guy rolled over. And I went back to sleep, and I woke up, and I was in the right destination, but very crazy.
How did you go back to sleep in that situation? It almost feels like a made-up lie, that, but like...
Experience, guys. Very, very crazy. I've never been spooned before. Oh my goodness. So anyway, I've made it to my next hotel room. So it's really, really small. It's really nice. I've actually put out some toothpaste and a toothbrush and some hair stuff as well. My plan is I'm going to freshen up. I'm going to go have a shower. Also, guys, please don't think that I wear the same white shirt all the time. You probably noticed from the last few days that I've been wearing white shirts. It's because I got a pack of 4, and I'm quite liking the white look. So yeah, I'm going to go have a freshen up, wash up, and then I'm going to go out and get my hair cut, hopefully. But crazy experience, absolute madness, big love. So after
madness, big love, total madness, big love.
So your boy has just arrived.
Your boy has just arrived. Your boy? You're not my boy.
Vietnam, guys, and check how beautiful this place is. It's very similar to Thailand.
I would love to look at it, but you will not stop pointing the phone at your face and moving it around like you're on a fucking turntable.
I'm just at a place called Halong Bay, and it is so stunning. I am so in love with this place. Look at this, look at this. Now it looks like you can actually climb up these. I'm going to try work out a way to see if I can get...
Every single place he goes, he points at a hill and says, I'd love to go to the top of that. Never goes up any of them.
To the top, but a few of these have like staircases on. But guys, I am just so in love. I really am.
So in love? In love?
Look at it. Let me flip the camera around for you. Look at this. I'll do a little...
Oh, TikTok. If TikTok fucks up, then I can watch it on another browser. It does sometimes fuck up for me. Let's copy that into the other browser, because TikTok is sometimes an arse. On that browser anyway. Browser issues tonight. Paste and go. You'll hear him talking.
Check how
I'll show you his face in just a second. Give me a second.
It's very similar to Thailand. I'm just at a place called Halong Bay.
Halong.
And it is so stunning. I am so in love with this place. Look at this, look at this. Now it looks like you can actually climb up these. I'm going to try work out a way to see if I can get to the top, but a few of these have like staircases on. But guys, I am just so in love. I really am. Look at it. Let me flip the camera around for you. Look at this. I'll do a little slow panoramic. What do you guys think? Absolute beauty. Right. So right now, guys, I'm in the north of Vietnam, and my plans for this travel is going to be going from north to south, and it's going to be absolutely crazy. Both areas are absolutely beautiful. There's so much beauty up here in the north, and there's so much beauty down in the south. Down in the south, we're a little bit closer to Cambodia, so it's going to be really interesting to show you everything, guys. But I just
it doesn't show you everything. It shows you barely anything. He's on a fucking... I don't want to say it. Like, it's supposed to be a laugh, isn't it? But like, he's on a playground trip around. I don't know. The mood I'm in tonight. He doesn't show you anything. He's not a travel vlogger. You know what I think of him.
I cannot stop smiling. This is my sort of place. This really is bringing back so many memories of Thailand.
Memories?
Asia, well, Southeast Asia is 100% my favourite place to travel, and it always has been since I was about 18 years old.
No.
But guys,
Scotland's your favourite place, and fucking everywhere else is your favourite place that you keep saying. Now Asia's your favourite place. What about Morocco? That was your favourite place. Everywhere's your favourite place. It reminded me of Jim Carrey on Dumb and Dumber, but it's far more sinister what's going on with him, in my opinion.
I am so happy. Big love to everyone, guys.
Big love to you, you fucking knobhead. Down the rapids. Next. Who else does this?
So guys, please tell me if I'm the only person who does this. It doesn't matter what country I'm in.
So relatable.
When I see rubbish on the floor, I always...
So relatable.
Please pick it up, and I always go find a bin. Now,
yeah, I don't always do that, obviously. If it's like something that sometimes I do and sometimes I wouldn't. And in a foreign country, I don't think it's good advice to always pick up everything off the floor that you see. Like,
wasn't really doing this too much in India because there is rubbish.
Yeah, it's such a good idea, because what you could do is scammers could just put like rubbish down in front of like certain things, like just in front of the ATM machine, and then you go bend down and pick it up and they grab your wallet or something. Who knows? But yeah, it is right. You should tidy up your environment. Yeah. No, look at him. Does he not look like, what's his name from Dumb and Dumber? Does he not look like that?
Absolutely everywhere, but everywhere else, guys, wherever I'm in England, any country, it really doesn't
matter. It's the teeth, isn't it? Can you change those now? Can you just change them in and out? I don't know. It's the teeth, isn't it, though? He looks like Lloyd. That's it, Lloyd.
Rubbish up and I go find a bin. Am I the only person that does this? Tell me now.
No,
it's raining
you're not the only person that does that, no. So relatable.
Heavy at the moment, guys.
You're the only person that goes out in the fucking rain doing it, like you.
I've just been walking along the bay. I've been trying to find a fisherman who will take me out and just show me how they fish, how they live.
All right. Yeah, Charlie shouts out our friend, my friend. Shouts out. Shouts out my friend that is watching. Yeah, just shouts out in chat. You can put it in chat. You fucking... Have you clicked like and subscribe?
Really interested in the culture out here, guys. Absolutely love Vietnam.
I love Vietnam. It's great. Don't you? What do you want me to say? Do you want me to not do it and say it? Fucking Gary Glitter loves it out there as well.
I love Asia. Southeast Asia is my favourite place, and it is absolutely stunning. It has started raining, and look how wet I am, guys. I am absolutely...
A prat?
Drenched right now, but have a look at the area around me. It is so beautiful. So beautiful.
That's he does this travel vlogging, yeah? That's the extent of the views that you get. I've paused it so you can see it. He just goes like that with his phone, and then that's it. He's on his holidays, fair enough. But don't pretend to me that you're showing me views, because I can't see much. I'm better off just Googling it.
I'm going to go back to where I'm staying now. I'm going to change my clothes. I'm going to dry
Because you're fucking soaking wet.
a little bit. And yeah, the adventure continues. Big love, guys.
Adventure? That was a minute TikTok. Like, what's he doing all day?
Hello and welcome to another Come Dine With Me special, guys. All the way from Vietnam. I'm so excited for this. I think you guys are going to love this. So I've ordered a KFC, but...
Right, this is another one of these crotch shots. It's a crotch shot. He's getting notorious for them now. It seems to be something that he likes to do. The crotch shot. So we've got another crotch shot eat along, a mukbang, if you will.
But it's not what we have in the UK at all. I am so excited. My mouth is watering right now. So we'll start off with a drink. Pretty basic. It's a Coca-Cola. Let's try it. Oh, lots of...
It is what we have in the UK. It's KFC. Don't start me on this. You've arrived in Thailand, and the first travel vlog meal you're going to share, and I did say this, the best thing you could probably do is just eat KFC in every fucking country and compare and contrast, because that's his level, yeah? Like, but you don't go to Thailand and then just be like, hello, I'm Paul Arnott, travel vlogger, soaking wet, let's get me a KFC. And where's he doing this from? I'm thinking his hotel room. Did he pick up the KFC on the way back and dry off and then eat it? I don't know, it doesn't look like he's in fucking KFC to me, but yeah. He's wearing the same clothes though.
Device in there. Standard. This is where it gets interesting though, guys. What have I got in this box? What do you think I've got?
Chicken.
Let me show you. Okay, this is spaghetti bolognese with popcorn.
You're a wanker.
Chicken. Now, not too much sauce, but I'm so excited to try this. We'll start with the chicken. Oh, that's quite cheesy.
I have heard they do this. In Asia, they eat a lot of noodles, and they think that in Europe, we eat our noodles like Mediterranean style, and so they just serve like what is more palatable to their local audience, noodles with the chicken, is essentially what you've got there. Spaghetti bolognese, if you want, but it's chicken and noodles.
Okay, we'll start off with spaghetti and the chicken popcorn.
Oh my god, this is... I could not imagine how this would taste. It's like a culinary adventure.
That's some good stuff. Let's try the spaghetti. Oh my goodness, this is so cool. Spaghetti from KFC. Let's give this a go.
So how do you think the Kentucky Fried Chicken people are cooking that spaghetti?
KFC. Let's give this a go.
Like, it's just come in a bag, hasn't it? And you just reheat. Like, why are you that excited about... Like, it's like I could go and get you a tin of spaghetti, and I could sit here and eat it, and it's not going to impress you. So I don't know why he thinks this would.
That is so good. That is really nice. They cook the spaghetti like how we cook it in the UK.
Do they? In water, like fresh?
Which is like really soft. If you go to Italy...
Oh, you mean it's not al dente? It's because it's out of a fucking plastic bag out of the freezer.
Spaghetti is much more crunchier.
Well, it might not be actually if it's Thailand. They might just be banging out the noodles, mightn't they?
It's delicious. Okay, so that's the spaghetti, guys.
Crunchy spaghetti in Italy if you ever go there.
Let me show you what's next.
What's next?
This little pot. This is what I was living off in India, guys.
Really? Because you were in India, you've missed out there if you were living off Kentucky Fried Chicken, you idiot.
I was literally living off this. Oh my goodness, it's got gravy with it as well. I don't actually know if we have this in the UK. This is mashed potato, or it's supposed to be mashed potato. Hold on, it's actually really watery, like soup. Let's give it a little go. Ah, camera. Stay there. Okay, let's try the mashed potato. Oh no, there is potato in it. It's just full of gravy. Oh my goodness, I love this. I literally was eating like 4 tubs of mashed
It's baby food.
Potato a day in India, guys. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
No wonder he had the shits in India. It's not because of the fucking E. coli that he was putting himself through. It's because he ate 4 tubs of Kentucky Fried Chicken, mashed potato. Each tub's probably got 3, 4, 5 spoons of salt in it. It's water, gravy, and starch. And it's like baby food, and he loves it. Like, is this honestly, is this some sort of signal to, like, that I don't know what it is? Like, apparently eating baby food and loving it. Like, what is he... Paul Arnott, like, this isn't good for me to be watching this. It's making me cross.
Very good. I've never been this excited over mashed potato and gravy.
I've never been excited over mashed potato and gravy.
I have to have another bite. That's so good. Get inside me. Now, I've got these as well. These we do have in the UK. Just little chicken nuggets. Let's try the chicken nugget.
It tastes like a chicken... Let's try it and tell you what it tastes like.
Delicious. I'm so excited. All of this cost me about 4 to 5 quid as well, guys. Absolute bargain. Delicious.
A bargain. And I've got fucking loads of these to put in my bag for later.
Of course, loads of different sauces. What is this? Is it like ketchup? Yeah, ketchup.
Yeah.
How do we say this? Tuong kat. Tuong kat. I don't know if that's how we say it or not. Is that how we say ketchup? If anyone speaks Vietnamese, let me know if tuong kat means tomato. I'm going to crack on with this. This is delicious. I'll see you guys soon. Big love.
It's not good, is it? It's not going well for the lad. Like, he's having a nice time on his holidays, but, like, you know, mentally.
So right now, guys, I am heading to the beach with one of my friends. I'm so excited to see this.
He's got friends.
Let's go check it out. You will be very pleased.
And he's like, we think we'll be excited to see the beach. Paul, we're excited to see who the fuck would hang around with you. What's this on your head?
To see it. I've got my helmet on as well, guys. Casually just coming down the road. Oh, little drop. Oh my goodness, sorry. I love Vietnam. It's absolutely perfect. It's so cool, guys. Currently driving on the wrong side of the road. What a madness. Feels a little bit like India. So guys, we have made it to the beach. Check.
See, now this guy's got his hand out as well. This is what I think's happening. Honestly, I said this before, right? I'm catching this now. I'm calling it. This guy's also got his hand out like he's filming, like with his phone in the other hand.
How stunning this is. Have a little look. We've got
Like, and he was waving and like being in the shot, yeah? Don't know if you can quite see this. I'm scanning it back. Like, you see he's got his arm out like that. His mate there. I think his mate is filming as well, and he's got his phone on a stick. Okay, big up Steve. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the, what would you call it? A super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker.
I'm a cat. I done a murder. I'm a cat. I done a murder.
Is that
And also,
do's and we don'ts?
do's and don'ts.
So I think his friend here, yeah, is a TikToker from Vietnam. And on the way to Vietnam, Paul can go on TikTok and look through TikTokers in Vietnam. Like, he can probably get on the system easier because he's over in that part of the world. Do you know what I mean? Whichever TikTokers get suggested to you or something. I don't know how he's doing it. But he's obviously going through, like, social media, isn't it? Like, that guy's got a social media. He's got a social media. And he's got some views. And he might say to them, oh, look at me, I'm Paul Arnott. You know, when I arrive in Vietnam, do you want to do a thing? And, like, you know, it's not like a proper collab, is it? Because he's not appearing. Well, he might appear on that guy's videos. We don't know. I don't know who that guy is. But he's not. And he did the same thing in Jay Slater case. When he went out there, he was run around with a guy called Nightwolf or something. And, like, this guy, he had the name like Nightwolf. And when you saw him, he was just like, you know, he looked more like mid-afternoon hedgehog than Nightwolf, but like he hooked up with these social media people, didn't he? And it was like, it almost feels like, you know how the big ones like Aiden Ross and all them and Sneeko and before them like Jake Paul and that, they used to go around with like a gang of them and they've all got their phone out and they're all doing their own streaming, but they're all together at, like, you know, the streaming gang. Do you know what I mean? It feels like this guy's like an Asian streamer in some way, or video content creator or TikToker, and he's managed to make friends because you can just make friends with any random TikToker and do a little, like, maybe it's that, or maybe it's some other network behind the scenes that he's got going on. You know, maybe there's some other behind the scenes network that I don't know about that allows you to have friends in random places around the world. Maybe it's just a sort of Facebook find my friends, you know, random friends thing, or maybe he knows this person and he's travelled to Vietnam to see them. It just seems a bit weird, doesn't it, that the other guy's also got his phone out like he's filming it. Like, to me it feels more like a Paul Arnott link up through the internet, and maybe not someone that's his firm friend that he knows really well, but maybe I'll be proven wrong on that.
it to the beach. Check out how stunning this is. Have a little look. We've got the lifeguard over here. Oh yeah, just behind there. And look at this sunset. Wow, 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 wow. Absolutely beautiful. You know what, guys? There's no question about it. I have been to Southeast Asia before, but here in Vietnam, this is without a doubt the best country I have ever been to in my life.
You say that about everywhere you go.
Everybody is just amazing. The culture's amazing. You've never seen anything like it, guys. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. I love this place. I love the people. I love the food. I love everything. Just amazing. Absolutely amazing. Get yourselves to Vietnam, guys. So right now, guys, So guys, we've just stopped off
Still
at
got his hat on.
a little fruit market. My friend's just buying a little bit of fruit, but how cool is this place? We've got all the fruit down here.
His friend could literally convince people that he was
Loads of different types of fruit. It's quite busy. There's different places over here as well where you can get food.
I love this one. This is one of my favourites that he does, is when he points with his finger while he's showing you in the phone, so his hand is in the way of what he's showing you, and he's just moving his phone around. And all you can see is just like a busy street. Look, when I pause it, it's blurry.
They're selling so many different things. We've got some big, are these grapes? They look like grapes down here. Maybe peaches down here, and so many
The old
different
shaky cam bollocks.
things. So many cool fruits. Most of these fruits you never see in England. I'll be completely honest, guys. I don't actually know what half of these fruits are. I really
He looks
have
scared.
no idea, but they do look so delicious.
No, doesn't he? He looks like fucking manic scared about the fruit market.
So we've got the lady over here.
He's not going to be eating any of it, is he? He doesn't eat fruits. He eats Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Everywhere they've got flowers. Now you do get flowers. You take them up to the temples. You give offerings to the Buddha out here as well. I think my friend has just managed to get all the fruit onto his bike as well. You do
So
have to be
get out
careful.
the way.
There are cars
Bloody TikTokers.
absolutely everywhere.
Well, it's a road, isn't it?
See, I've got stuck. I am definitely so stuck with you guys. A very cool place. I need to try getting between here without getting hit by this car. Can we do it?
The car
Can
wants you to move out the way so he can turn.
we do it? Can we do it? There we go. Right, jumping back in the back. We're loaded up. Very nice. Let's jump up. Oh, no. Who's
He's
going off?
fucking off without you.
I hope he hasn't forgotten me. I think he may have forgotten me. Should I jump on? There we go. I'm on. So guys, we've just...
So guys, that was the fruit market, and his friend bought some fruit and he didn't, and he just stood around looking scared. And that's like I say, he's been in Vietnam now for how long? Like, he's arrived on 4 days ago. So in 4 days, you've seen that. That's it. That's the content. Yeah, at KFC, he's been to the fruit market and the beach, and each thing is literally like just a minute long. So he's not showing you anything, really, is he? Like, he's actively not showing you stuff. And this now makes sense
So
that
today, guys,
this meal he's having with these people is probably with that friend of his.
I am so excited. I have been invited to a celebration out here in Vietnam with some friends. Excited. We have got salad. I think this is...
So again, it's this thing where he's made a friend and now he's in the family home. Like he was in Turkey, he made friends with the turkey teeth man, and then he was in the family home playing tennis with the kids, wasn't he?
Pork.
That very impressive 15-year-old boy.
Chicken. Loads
Which is a much better way to travel, isn't it? To be friends with locals.
different feeds. Loads of different feeds. So yeah, this is absolutely amazing. Say hello. Give us a wave.
Say hello, give us a wave. He's not on camera, you've moved the camera.
Give us a wave.
Oh, who's this? Is it his younger brother? I don't know. But, okay, let's move the camera onto his
Wave.
mom. That's his mom. This is the friend's
Yeah.
mom.
Absolutely amazing.
That's
I'm
Paul
so
Arnott, yeah.
excited to try this feed. It looks brilliant. So I'm trying to learn how to use the chopsticks again, guys. It's a bit of a
Bit of a nightmare, guys.
nightmare, I'll be honest.
And look at his plate. I just noticed this. Is this his plate? Look, he's at this celebration feast with these people. And they put, oh, this is so bad. Like, could it be, is it possible that he's not going to eat all that different kinds of food that they've put out? Because you know what he's like with picky food. And like, do you think they're going to feel that's like, oh, I'll just have the salad. Sorry, I'm just going to eat a little bit of lettuce. Bless him. Have you got any fried chicken? No, it's a celebration meal. Usually we eat this and this. Oh, I'll just pass. I'll just have a little bit of salad. Look in his bowl. Bless him. She got him some soy sauce as well. And he should start, I'll just eat the lettuce, look. He didn't say he put meat in the lettuce, he stuffed it with meat.
Okay. We've got some meat wrapped in it and also some rice paper.
That's it, meat and rice paper, he's alright.
So let's give this a go.
He's just eating a very small bit off the tip of the top. He says, I'm not convinced. You know what a finicky eater he is.
Soy sauce is fish though.
And apparently soy sauce is fish. Yeah, I don't know, like... I don't know. such a fucking bellend. It's this picture of me as well. Like, he looks like a. Like, this looks like a mugshot. Looks like you see that picture in a newspaper, doesn't it? Who took it? He take that himself? He look at it before he posted it. He's put it as his profile picture. It looks like someone might send you that picture if they're holding into ransom. Weird, isn't it, that we could catch up with this whole week's content in just like 2 minutes like that. He reminds me of that what's his name? Huckleberry Finn, who goes travelling in that book. Passport, turkey teeth, that's his brand now, isn't it? That and looking like a fucking madman. I don't know. Right, that's him. He can fuck off. He can fuck off. Who else do you put on the revolving carousel of nutters that you want to see? Oh, I might be interested in just finishing off with a bit of English Eats. Let's see what he's doing. Has he got a new one? Like, if you're going to give me free reign, then if it's my pick. Okay, this is actually fucking cool. Give me my pick. Look at this.
And everyone can see you. Right?
What's all this? Shouts out, Dino. That's healthy food. Yes.
Yeah, it's just salad. You don't want that, boy. Yeah, rabbit food. Yuck. You waiting for the fish, huh? But hello guys, welcome to the channel.
Big ups, Not Blonde Swede. We should talk about that maybe over on Twitch, because I don't want to do it right here, but I'm interested in that. Yeah.
I've got a salad here. Don't worry, it's not all I'm having. I'm having a fisherman's pie with it. Just waiting for the cheese to go golden.
All right, he's having the fisherman's pie with the cheese.
Golden in.
But that's fair enough. He's having fisherman's pie, but having it with salad instead of chips is a step forward, isn't it? And like the amounts of food that he has on his plate. I want to shout out Dino as well. Look, Dean, we've got the same phone case. Look, with this thing on the back. Has it got that? Right, we've got the same phone case. Look, me and Dean. Like, we're actually two peas in a pod. Well, today's got a salad anyway.
Oven, which is about 5 minutes now. Before we get started, I've got a couple shout outs to make that I might have missed. One shout out is to Catherine. You asked me how to get a shout out. Well, here it is. Shout out to you. Next shout out is to Gemma Smith. I do apologise for the misunderstanding about which Friday
I think the kids might be proud.
The shout out was going to be on. But shout out to you, man. Thank you for being a part of the channel. I do apologise for the confusion. Next shout out is to Krusty Cakes. Next shout out is to Krusty Cakes. Shout out to you.
I I think something's going on in the background which is making noise, but Krusty Kegs is getting their shout out, so let's try and keep it on track.
But I've not noticed you before, so you might be quite new, so welcome to the channel if you are new.
They're called Krusty Kegs.
Or if you're just started commenting recently but been
I suppose we used to have...
watching for a while, then still shout out to you, so thank you for the support. Hope I've got them all. Yeah, I'm filming this on a Saturday, and this video...
Is that a hair?
I'm filming this on a Saturday, and it's not going to be released until next Friday.
What?
So I hope I've got all of the shout-outs done that I was meant to do. If I've forgotten any, I sincerely apologise. I am sitting on the sofa to...
I know,
I am sitting on the sofa today
because
obviously background noise, you can tell, I've got the kids here. So they're going to have their dinner on a table, which I'm running on the film, and I'll have mine on this fold-up table as well. So I'm just waiting for it to get nice and crispy in the oven, and I'll bring you back. Today I'm drinking a bottle of Coke.
Hang on, what's happened with the salad? Hang on. When we come back now, we jump back, and the salad is chopped, and it looks like pretty much a big solid chunk of lettuce, a load of cucumber, the tomatoes are not chopped, and an onion as well, like a raw onion. Fair enough if that's what you like. And then, is this the fish pie with the cheese on it? Like, it looks like a pizza. What's going on here?
Got these from the TikTok shop, and they was due to expire on the
What do you mean the TikTok shop?
30th. So for me, it's the 28th. So
What's the TikTok shop?
Still got a couple of days, but it's fine after. I've got some Cherry Coke Zero, which is...
No, the cat's knocked your fork off.
It's cat.
The cat's going now, look.
If you've ever needed an
Meow, look, there's the cat. The cat's lovely, isn't it?
I'm a cat.
Advertisement to not have kids. This is it.
An advertisement to not have kids. It's an advertisement to not have fish pie with all the cheese on it, maybe. But I like the salad. But
Okay. Why do you always have to make sure you're in the video?
he's feeling exasperated now, isn't he?
See how he's not crying? How silent he is. Because he's here now. That's crazy.
Bless it. We love the cat, and he does.
Right, I forget. I got it from the TikTok shop. There was an offer. I think it was £8.
What's the TikTok shop?
Either £8 or £9. I think it was £9.
£9 first time customer order. What the fuck is the TikTok shop?
For 24 bottles.
Is it like off the internet, off TikTok, or is it off? Like, is there like a shop on the high street that's called the TikTok shop, like Poundland?
I should have.
Yeah, the cat should definitely be in every video. It's cool.
Waited until after the kids had gone because there's not many bottles left. But yeah, they are £9 for 24 500ml bottles, which is pretty decent. I think it was like a new customer type of deal.
The kids have got to be quiet while they're eating their dinner.
Yeah, it's normally £15, but right, let's.
What is that? That is the fish pie then. It's just like turned into that sort of shape on the chopping board. Fair enough.
Have some fisherman pie.
If you want to make it even healthier, you could lay off the big cheesy slobberings on top. Like, a lot of people like to put a bit of cheese on top, but you really, if you're going for a healthy meal and you're going, like, and it is, and it looks a lot healthier, just, like, I don't see why people put so much cheese into it, because it's basically just a big wodge of fat, isn't it? So it's just going on there, but, like, you put little sprinkles maybe. Like, he's on the right direction though. I'm really impressed. I'm actually really impressed that Dean has decided to do a mukbang with a lot more healthy food. Like, I'm really impressed by that. It's a shop on TikTok. What do you mean a shop? Like, people buying things on TikTok, like Coca. I could understand, like, if TikTok was like, people have. They used to have the whole point was you get popular on Instagram and then you sell products on your Instagram, don't you? Like my lipstick or my whatever, your popular makeup person. But just like a shop, like buying Coca-Cola 24-pack on TikTok. Like, it's just in their heads, it's in their hands, it's in their, like, you've got to them, let's sell them anything. Like, it's not just advertising, like, is it? It's like, you're actually on there, like, putting your money on through TikTok. Like, it's like it's like a cross between YouTube and Amazon. Do you know what I mean? Like, fuck that. Like, I couldn't imagine anything worse than being so directly connected to the shopping in my entertainment platform. Than that, like, just entertainment platforms, the advertising is like a thing that's annoying that you have to sort of accept because it's how they pay the bills and all that. But we want to be watching the film, not buying things. But then, if I want to buy things on my computer, I want to go to the Amazon or wherever and buy them, don't I? I'm alright with that as a concept, e-commerce. But the combining of the two is grimy at best when it's advertising and product placement. I mean, hopefully I'll get a sponsor, but you know what I mean? It's like, it's not always ideal, is it? Like, we're not grimy at best, like, you know, responsibly done at best, but like grimy at worst. But then to be, I suppose, unless if you go on TikTok and you're looking for Coca-Cola, that's one thing, yeah? Like, I need to buy some Coca-Cola, I'll go to the TikTok shop and order it, that's one thing. But if it's just like you're scrolling through TikTok and then you hit a deal and you decide to order it, you're basically just like going through adverts that you can immediately press buy me. It's like back in the old days of those infomercials, isn't it? You know, buy now, free easy payments. Like, it's like they've infected, like, you're supposed to be chilling out and watching stuff and enjoying yourself, and like now you're buying products as well. Like, but not just, like I say, not like, oh, like this model's, or whatever they call them, the influencer's got a lovely makeup, but I wish I could buy that. Oh, you can, I'll order it. Like, it's not that, it's like fucking 24 pack of Coke, good deal. I'm a bit baffled by it in a way. It's like AliExpress and more, like Marketplace on Facebook. Oh, there's Marketplace on Facebook, isn't there? See, that's after my time on Facebook. I'd stopped using Facebook before Marketplace came out. And even with Marketplace, I mean, they're selling to each other, aren't they? It's like a Craigslist, like a... So has he bought Coca-Cola off, like, just some private seller? Like... Or is it like an actual shop, like, you know, you're buying it from Woolworths, but through TikTok? Like, oh, I don't like any of that, though. Like, I like my shopping and my entertainment to be really separate, to be honest. Like... Maybe that's just me. My friend's mum got into financial trouble with those magazines selling crap. It was driven by her depression. That's sad. Like, they target people with their mechanisms, like, of, you know, it's a manipulate, like, advertising is manipulation, isn't it? And, like, you know, I'm always one for saying, like, should we turn off the adverts in between, you know, you skip the adverts on YouTube. Why would you watch them on the telly? You know, like, but to, like, watch them as a pastime and then, you know, like, that's different, isn't it? It's like, it's got into the, like, I don't know, yeah. It's not Dean I'm cross about there, it's TikTok. Like, I'm not cross with Dean, I think Dean's alright. Like, he goes on Nutterwatch because I find mukbangs enthralling, but and also the people that do them, like, their conversational stuff is interesting, and Dean is one of the more interesting ones. He's not a bad nutter, he's alright. Like,
it didn't get filmed being made.
But you know, I'm in a critical mood, so I'll just be critical.
I was going to get my niece to do it. She didn't want to do it. And plus I wanted it today, not at midnight or sometime. So I decided to make it. It's simple and easy anyway.
My bum is so stinky. I put this quick on you. No, you will not.
Oh, just a quick heads up.
It's a bit chaotic having the kids eating in the background, isn't it? But life is what it is.
Stop it!
If you don't like background noise, then thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. But for everyone else, let's continue.
The life of a mukbanger. The food's being eaten at dinner time, but the kids don't make exactly for good video background, so just deal with it, I suppose, yeah.
No, I don't want it open.
Although to me it is a little bit distracting, like, you know, in a negative way, like in terms of the content. So it's weird because it's one of his better ones because he's got the salad out. Is he going to talk about the salad, do you think?
The dog's barking outside in the garden while I'm trying to eat is probably less annoying than this.
Oh, he's getting annoyed himself. Oh, bless.
Boobs are hurting.
Just eat the dinner with the kids and don't film it. Just, you know, when the kids are around, just, it's not like conducive to make a good video. Just focus on them and just don't do the video unless they, like, you know, you make a thing of it and have fun. Like, yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's not for me to tell him how to live his life, is it? But
My chips need I didn't even go to the toilet. I'm gonna wet.
you went there to buy toilet rolls. What are you talking about now? Where did you go? On TikTok? Like, the thing is about it is, like, if TikTok is like, if you want toilet rolls, yeah, and you're like, I need to buy a load of toilet rolls, and you're shopping around for the best deal, and the best deal's on TikTok, that's fair enough. But if you're on TikTok and like you just see some toilet rolls and end up buying 180 toilet rolls, they've got you then, haven't they? Like, do you know what I mean? It's about context, I suppose. And I don't know if people are using it like Amazon or whatever, where they would just like, you know, open up TikTok and do a bit of specific shopping. But even then, you browse Amazon, I suppose we all do, don't we? Like, you know, you end up putting things in the basket. But at least you're in the frame of mind that you're looking for things that you want to buy, and you're not just like watching fun. It's like if you were watching the telly and there was a button on your remote control that said buy it. And I'm surprised there isn't. I'm actually really surprised they haven't linked up your bank accounts to your telly and the adverts on the telly. Like, maybe it's too late and maybe the internet's taken over now, because that's what the internet can do for you. But imagine you were at home just like drunk and watching the football or whatever, and then in half time there was an advert for kebabs, and then you just press buy it and then they turn up. Or like, you know, whatever, that's a great deal, buy it. Like, they're always telling you it's a great deal. There's like, you know, everything's a great deal when you were, it's like being wheeled around the market and they're all shouting at you in the market stalls, and like you're doing it for entertainment. Like, for me, I can't fathom it. I don't like it. Like, as much as it can be entertaining and, you know, fun to buy things, I see shopping as like a separate chore, like I said earlier. So I worry about it as well. This is like a sort of premise. Like, it's something they do in a lot of marketing, is to make it easy to buy, but also to put you in the mood to buy as well. And certainly TikTok's got both of those things like wrapped up there then, hasn't it? So I would be really wary, because I'd be thinking to myself, that looks like a great deal, I need a load of them, and I'd be putting things in my basket as well. And then I'd think to myself, like, this is why I don't do it, is because I think to myself, hang on, I just spent a load of money on stuff I didn't really need because I was just flicking through TikTok. Like, maybe I don't need to be there, you know? Like, yeah.
You put that in the pan for a few, you know, about 10 minutes, give or take, just until it's kind of cooked through. And then, yeah, you put them in a baking tray. You mash it up slightly, not puree it, because you do want to have some chunks of fish as well, not just puree to a pulp. So,
fish pie, celery, carrots, onions, saucepan, sweat it down, a little bit of herbs and pepper and stuff like that, you know, a bit of seasoning. Can even put a bouquet garni in this one. Fish, cook it. When you choose your fish, put it in there. I'm vegan here, so, you know, don't put fish in it, but cook it, put it in there, you know, in it. Yeah, break it. You could flake it and break it. Your sauce is going to be a roux made of butter and flour, and then whipped up with some milk, I suppose. A bit of cream, cheese in this case, I suppose. And then wallop that into your dish. I mean, I forgot the peas. Don't forget the peas. A bit of vegetables in there. Maybe some celeriac. Fennel. Fennel's nice through that. Whack it in your dish. Potato on top. Give it your crusty top, bit more cheese, bit more sprinkles. This is not a vegan recipe. It's fish pie. Oven, hot, and, you know, crispy on top. Pull it out, eat it. Yummies, isn't it? Veganise it by removing the fish and the milk. Put in soya milk. You're away there. You're not going to get your cheese, are you? You're not going to get your cheese. You could have different flavours than cheese, but you can get vegan cheese. But I'm just going to avoid the cheese on it. I'm starting to make myself hungry now. What are we replacing the fish with? I don't know. Just make it a different kind of pie. Shut up.
you lightly break it up.
Parsley, yeah, parsley's the one, isn't it, for fish?
In a baking tray, you mash potato, put mashed potato on top of it, put cheese on top of it, put it straight in the oven. Once the cheese is golden brown, or to your type of level of cheese you want it, as it is literally done. It is that easy.
Do you know? My bum bum is small as a mustard seed. My bum bum is small as song.
I suppose, if you do like other bits of fish, like prawn, salmon, you know, you can add all that sort of stuff to it as well, but I don't. I'm not a fan of salmon.
That's true, people do like to put a bit of other stuff in it, so...
Or bacon, whatever you want.
I know.
Eating the fish pie, basically, and the kids are in the background having their dinner. I'm interested to see how much salad he eats, like, of all that mass. Like, interestingly about the salad, like, the way he's approached it is that, because it's more about the food, this, isn't it, than whatever else is going on. I do like it when he talks about the other stuff that's going on, though, like other channels and things that have been said. But yeah, like what do you call it? The salad, like, he hasn't, most, like, you could chop it up, put it in the bowl, dress it, add a bit of vinaigrette, like, you could make a salad out of it, and then you could have it as your dinner, even, like, but he's just literally chopped the whole head of lettuce, like, bang, bang with the knife. There's your cucumber, and it's going with the dinner, I suppose. He's, like, using the dinner as almost like a sauce for the salad. Big up Sybil.
Bang! Bang!
Fact.
Same!
I done a murder.
I'm a cat.
Assalamu alaikum. It's fine, you're happy and healthy. Just a little something to say thank you for being genuine human in the world which we live. Thank you for cracking me up. Big up Shu. Thank you very much.
Is that
And also,
do's and we don'ts?
do's and don'ts.
Assalamu alaikum. Alaikum assalam. Is it, do you say it the other way around after that? I don't know. Assalamu alaikum. Big ups. Big ups.
Do's and don'ts.
Thank you very much. It's very generous of you.
That's just crazy.
There's a lot of cheese on there. There's a lot of cheese on there.
How long was it before they got sentenced? Was it like 2 weeks?
Hang on, what's he talking about now? You see what I mean?
you?
Like, I skipped on just to see what was going, like, you know, get past when the kids are making the noise in the background. But like, now he's talking about sentencing. What's going on here?
Problem. But yeah, someone has a go at a dog.
What?
Yeah, I actually looked online. Not looked online, but I saw online that the new government that we've got.
Oh my God, Dean's not going to let himself down, is he? Now in my little pocketbook, is he? He's not going to start getting all like political on the wrong side of the fence and start getting me eggy, is he?
Have decided to release people early from prison.
Okay, so this was recorded a couple of weeks ago, though, was it, or like a week ago? So it's not quite up to. But yeah, yeah. I'm not going to get all political on your ass at the end of this. I'm not. I just can't be arsed with it. But I just listen to what he says and like just have a little listen.
Because we've got an overcrowding problem. But yeah, someone has a go at a dog and gets 20 months in prison. Make that make sense. I don't condone the writing.
I don't think they're connected at all. I don't know about who's having a go at a dog. Hang on. I don't know who's had a go at a dog, but people who do bad things to animals, definitely prison.
I don't condone, trying to set fire to the hotel where the migrants was. I think that's absolutely wrong. Why are people writing against them? It's not their fault.
Big ups, Dean. See, I didn't think he was a bad chuffer.
Don't blame. It's like don't blame the player, or
see what I mean? Like Dean's just a normal guy. Like I'm like a normal person. Yeah, like we're just like normal people, and like Dean gets it. Alan's subnormal, isn't he? He doesn't get it.
Don't hate the player, hate the game. It's not the migrants' fault.
Mm-hmm.
It's the government's fault for letting it happen, letting them come here illegally, housing them in hotels, which ain't cheap. Hotels are expensive.
And who do you think owns those hotels? And which government did they support? And how did that all happen? Yeah.
It may be a Holiday Inn or somewhere, but yeah, don't take your anger out on the migrants. They've done nothing wrong. They wouldn't be here if the government hadn't allowed it in the first place. And they're going back to what I was saying. Yeah, the police released people early. They released someone early, and the same week he got out, he assaulted someone again.
Yeah, I do agree with this. I don't think the early release scheme is good. I don't think we should be releasing people early just because let's just release them early. But on the other hand, don't hate the player, hate the game. Like, what do you do when your prisons are full and you inherit the government? Like, you're going to look at the books and you're going to say, right, well, we've got a problem here because our prisons are full, and the previous government should have built more prisons and stuff, but they didn't. So right now, what the fuck are we going to do? Like, people are going to get really cross if people get sentenced for crimes and then they don't go to prison. Like, if we can't put them in prison, we're not going to be able to build any new prisons quick. We can't put them in Holiday Inns. What the fuck are we going to do? So they decided to make a bit of a rash decision and release a load of people early. And it is a bit of a rash decision because it has to be. Obviously, some people are going to then recidivism in prisons is actually a serious issue. Like, you know, we could talk about it in a serious way, but like, this isn't a strong political argument here. This is just like he's made a point, and I feel it's a fair point. But like, you know, in defence of letting people out early, it's like a sort of more pragmatic approach, isn't it? Like, some people are going to go out and commit crimes. That is bad, and we shouldn't. Like, in an ideal world, we wouldn't be letting anyone out early. You know what I mean? But yeah. So yeah. Pedro, you're talking about Arcan, are you behind? You're talking about fucking Arnott. I wonder what's going on Arnott's Wonder Tour.
It's just crazy. I mean, how long was it before they got sentenced? Was it like 2 weeks at most?
Yep.
After the riots, they were sentenced and in prison.
That was actually, I see. The thing is with that, I agree that was a good thing. Like, and it's something that they were done. They expedited the sentencing because it's part of the like, part of crime is prevention, isn't it? And in this instance, like, it prevented further crimes, because I think it calmed a lot of people down from going out and doing silly things to see the book being thrown at people so quickly. So yeah.
Within 2 weeks, the people who defaced, I think it's a Van Gogh, I could be wrong, but the oil protester people,
yeah,
what was it? I think it's 2 years before they got sentenced. From when they did it, 2 years later, they've only just been sentenced now.
He's making a good point again, though. I thought he was going to go the other way with that. He's made a good point. I like him.
You know, are we going to have to wait another 2 years for the guys who attacked the police in Manchester Airport as well? Mm. Because yeah, that's just crazy to me. You know, we all need to band together and help return the sausages, because you know everyone loves sausages. But what a mistake we've made.
I'm vegan, but I don't know what his point was. But I think his point is that we just need to work together for the common good. There, like, I actually think he's like. I like Dean's perspective on this. I think he's spoken well about it.
The nation.
Like, he's egalitarian there as well. Like, you know, saying about the Manchester Airport thing. Well, you could politically spin that as well, but he didn't. He's just like, you know, they're also people who are waiting sentence. Where's their sentence? Like, so I think he's being egalitarian about it. I understand certain issues will have expedited sentencing, but I would also acknowledge that everything else needs to be sped up because our system is in disarray. Like, he's all right there. I don't know about eating raw onion. I mean, I can eat raw onion, but I wouldn't choose to in this way.
I've never actually voted before, but if his own parliament...
So he said he'd never voted before, so that's up to him.
If Labour do a vote of no confidence or something, and if they do another election, I will vote for the first time, and I will vote for reform.
Oh. We're fucked. The country's fucked, isn't it? Like, we're fucked. We're fucked. Seems to be going that way a little bit, doesn't it? Like, there's a lot of money being pumped in. I think, on reflection, after the last few months, I thought it was the Tories trying to attack Keir Starmer. I thought it was... I mean, reform in a lot of ways is the Tories, isn't it? Every reform vote is a Tory vote, just in disguise, until it gets round to them fucking off and handing him over. Or even just being, you know, a new face of the same old enemy. Like, but it seems weird to me that people see it as the alternative. Like, and it tends to be older people, but like, it felt like in some way we were looking for a more positive alternative to the same old politics, and instead we're regressing to a more like repeat the same old same mistakes fascism. It's surprising, like, very surprising. And I'm watching someone who I watch because he's a mukbanger and sometimes talks about other channels a bit, and bless him, I critique the food and stuff a bit. But like here I said it's going so well, I like the choice of food. I was impressed by his I just he ended up voting reform. I do appreciate. I mean, I don't want to do a political show, not right now in this show at all. But I do appreciate that, people don't feel that they have so many options. But fucking hell.
I think it's time we give a new party a chance, rather than just Labour and Conservatives all throughout history.
That's the problem. Vote Green instead, Dean. Vote Green instead. I mean, people that like Liberal Democrats must be watching this and fucking feeling so frustrated, mustn't they? Because they're supposed to be the alternative option, the other one. But there's a lot of money going around to make reform this other option, isn't it? And whether they won't win election, they're not going to win the power, but they'll get more MPs, and more MPs will ride that gravy train. It's just like a push in a direction. It's a bit sad. Arkan must be watching a little bit in the past.
Salad is so nice.
So they won't hear me saying this now, but shouts out Arkan from a little bit earlier.
It's just a shame. That's so boring. But I like it boring. I'll have this salad. I'll happily eat just this salad with some salt.
Are you watching it live? And it's just like you were saying about the Huckleberry, because I said the Huckleberry content a little bit not earlier. Huckleberry Finn. This always makes me want to eat. He's not having any problem with the salad though, is he? Yeah. He's not like, some of these other mukbangers would be like, oh, the salad, I don't like it, or Foodie Beauty, she can't bloody, she can't handle other foods really, can she? Paul Arnott can't even eat various foods, but what's his name? Dean's quite happily munching down all those tomatoes, half an onion, half a cucumber and a full head of lettuce.
I know people will go off on me and say, oh my god, why are you putting salt on salad? Well, I'd rather have salt on my salad than salad cream and vinaigrette and mayonnaise or whatever people will put on their salad. Like a salad dressing, Caesar salad dressing or whatever. Oh.
Are you putting your pie on it? Listen, I don't dislike Dean because he said about reform, yeah? I just think he's being misguided a little bit. And I can see what his intentions are. Like why he said, he said he didn't like the system. The big parties, obviously Labour hasn't felt like a good change for, certain reasons in his eyes. So, other options are available. But yeah, bloody hell.
30 minutes is almost up.
Big up Sarkan. I was just saying, you're way back.
But because of how much I've got,
I'm going to finish soon anyway. We've been on for over 3 hours. We're nearly 4 hours, bloody hell.
I haven't been able to eat my dinner for the...
And it's not even midnight, so I might come on Twitch later and really give you some rare chat and just chill out and chit chat and play some video games.
Longest. I am going to have to restart. The only reason why I didn't want to restart in the last video is because I didn't want to restart just for a couple bites of food.
Do you know what? The sound of him eating the lettuce and the onions better because it's crunchy. I can tolerate it more. The cat's just looking.
But yeah, I will vote for the first time ever. whenever we get to vote again next.
It'll hopefully be 5 years, and hopefully you'll feel differently then. I can't see it. I think there's going to be a big push. I think we've got to watch out, but, you know, it is what it is at the moment.
Whether it be 4 years, whether it be next year, doesn't matter.
The Labour aren't going to trigger a general election next year.
And if Reform is still around, they will get my vote.
I think he's confused about the way it works. Like, you didn't get, in the leadership elections for the previous, like, if Labour choose a different leader, he won't get to vote in it.
Vote this time. 100% they'll get my vote this time.
At least you're eating lettuce. Now I've got a cat meowing again. It's a very old world.
Keir Starmer reminds me of Donald Trump.
Really?
All talk, no action.
What?
You know, sitting there.
You were just criticising the fact that he was taking swift action on... Was it criticising the swift action and sentencing? Or was it not criticising the swift sentencing, but criticising the lack of sentencing for others? He was happy about the swift sentencing. Oh, no. No.
Talking about he's going to do this, he's going to do that, he's going to do this, he's going to do that. None of it.
But happy to empty pockets of pensioners. He's down this road, look. It's funny, isn't it, as well? Like, Dean saying he's not ever been really interested in politics, or not interested enough to vote, but now something's got on his egg, and it's really got on his egg. And he's decided it's time to get into the political thing and get, you know, have his say, and decides to vote Reform. So how is it that it's got his egg? You know, there's been so much politics over his life, but never enough to get his egg, enough to vote. But this has got his egg enough to vote. And I think whatever Reform are doing then, it must be Reform doing it, because they're the ones he wants to vote for. Their marketing approach, is going to... I can't pick you up because you've got stuff on you. I just can't pick you up. There's just not going to be any picking up. You got the flea stuff on you. That's just it. Whatever they're doing seems to be working on people, doesn't it? No, and I don't think it's just the politics. I think that's because the politics doesn't hold enough water for me. But then for Dean, he's not like deeply entrenched in politics, is he? So like he would agree that he's not had a real deep look into like different layers of economics and political discourse there. But he's got his egg about it, so.
Oh, I'm going to enjoy that bit. That's all.
Or his cheese.
Cheese. Well, not all. It's got mashed potato with it as well. But yeah, I am.
A new chapter develops. I mean, I still think Dean's all right. I don't like the politics that he's getting himself into, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, look how small the cucumber was. I suppose that's what happens when you get it delivered. And it's no, cucumber was that thickness as well. So it wasn't like, this is just the end bit and then it got bigger as you go along. It's all this size.
If you do have a thin cucumber and you want it to appear bigger in sliced form, slice it on the diagonal and then you'll get like longer slices. The cat has been the standout highlight of the video, I think, and the salad. I'm impressed by that. I was looking to say positive things, and I've been knocked off the side of the sofa, haven't I, with the Reform talk. That's all.
See what I mean though? I come here, where he can see himself on camera, doesn't make a sound, as quiet as a mouse. I sit on that table, where he can't jump up and, you know, say hello to everybody, crying. Crazy. So naughty, eh? But I love you.
There goes the cheese.
Right, I am going to end the video there. From me and my handsome boy Baloo.
So it was, we ate a pie and it was salad and the kids were making a noise, but then that calmed down and we decided to just mention about like a little bit of politics. And it wasn't the immigrants. He didn't say the immigrants. But for some reason something got his egg and he decided to vote Reform. He never voted before. It's a bit of a weird one. Bit of a curveball. I was here to get away from that sort of thing, really. But I suppose people might see that about my content and say, well, you got political as well. But yeah, like, you know, Alan brought it to our plate, didn't he, I suppose, recently. And now so has English Eats. Shouts out, Dean, though. Right. Shouts out. It's been a really weird week. You know, we've had the build-up to the Nicola Bulley documentary. We've had the Nicola Bulley documentary. It's felt a little bit surreal, in a way, hasn't it, for me? Alan got his egg on. This weekend, tomorrow is Saturday, as it always is, on the weekends. So no change there. But I might not be on the internet playing video games. I might be out doing things. So I might be back late. I might catch you on Twitter. I say might because, you know, I might go and eat some food and then just end up watching some YouTube videos and not. But I might be on later tonight on Twitch. And Sunday, we're doing Sunday Game. The Sunday Game at the moment is a game called, well, it's like I forget what it's called. It's a Netflix documentary as a game, not a documentary, like a true crime thing. And we're playing, like, it's events that are happening and it's like a drama. And like we're playing as these characters and asking questions and doing choices. And I can't remember what it's called, so. But I'm going to drop that video of last week's episode on Saturday so that you can watch it on Saturday and be ready for the Sunday show if you didn't watch it yet last Sunday. So I'm going to drop that on Genshin Chuffer. Just look out, I'll put it as a community post on Battery Exhausted so you'll see it. And yeah, you can watch that on Saturday if I'm not around. And then on Sunday, we'll do the video gameplay on Twitch, and it's us. We've been doing it, and I think we'll do it as a lead up to Christmas as well. It won't be Halloween gameplay this Sunday, but it will be the continuation of, I can't remember the name of the damn thing. It's called like, what's the name of the damn game? It's got 3 words, and the first one begins with D. Anyway, it's like being in a choose your own drama thing. It's quite good. Yeah, all good in the hood.
I'm a cat. I done a murder.
But yeah, what a funny week. What a funny week. You're all good in the hood. I'm very grateful for everyone that's a member, for all the gifted memberships, for everyone that renews their membership. I'm very grateful for everyone that did a super chat today. Thank you very much.
I done a murder.
You did a super chat.
I'm a cat. Bang. Fact.
And I'm very grateful for everyone that does the coffees and the tippies and all that. Is that all the systems? It is all the systems, isn't it? I'm thinking. I'm very grateful as well that you click like, subscribe, all that stuff. And to share the videos, be on the Discord, you know, to make the streams what they are by being in them. Yeah. So like about 3 years ago or so, maybe now, I started streaming, and like literally no one would turn up to my streams. Well, not literally, actually, not literally. I'd streaming to very small numbers of people, but we had Nigel, Snippies, Capital K. You know, there were even in the early stages a few people that, you know, did turn up to my streams. But you know, I'm streaming to very small numbers of people, yeah. And we built up. You know, we got up to the 100. When I say the 100 views total on a stream. Do a stream, leave it up, get 100 views total. Yeah, that's like an achievement. We hit 100. That was like 3 years ago, isn't it? Like, and it's been a wild, a wild few years actually. Sitting here in the room. Just sitting here in the room, talking to people from all over the world, ending up on the BBC. It's been wild. Starting a podcast, building up subscribers, doing it the right way as well. You know, not clickbaiting, true crime grifting, and there's no point in paying for numbers and inflating things. You know, Alan with his 100,000, you know, his big numbers and his inflation of it all. There's no point in doing it. Like, you might put yourself up on the leaderboard so that other people can see you, and then they might come and watch. But ultimately, you've got to have something there for them to want to come and watch, haven't you? Because you've got to work at it, do it the right way. Otherwise, as well, it's a hollow thing. Like a hack hack to get you there. But don't you want to actually do the work, right? You want to get there through the hack. I suppose people are different. Did I get named in the credits? I don't think so. I didn't look. Maybe they would put clips by. I don't know. They put me on the actual screen when I was on the screen, so that's fine. But yeah, no, you know, I'm not saying it's over or anything. I'm just like reflecting on the fact that this week marks the week. I suppose it's a certain number of years since Nicola Bully. It's certainly whatever, but you know, it marks the week. Well, it's not a certain number of years since Nicola Bully anything, is it? It's just like, you know, it marks nothing really. It's just that I was on the fucking documentary and it's been a weird week, so I thought I'd do a sum up, but I don't really have much to say other than that. But ultimately, I'm grateful and I'm happy to be on the journey. That's the main thing. And it ain't stopping. It ain't stopping. Alan can be as cross as he wants. Where are you down there? Alan can be as cross as he wants. I'm not picking you up. You have to go out there. She's cross because she's got the flea stuff on her, so I can't pick her up. They can all be as cross as they want, but it ain't stopping. They didn't, you know, burst my bubble. Yeah, they named me on screen. Like it said @SuperChoffer. Like put my name, you know, like my @handle. Okay, positives and negatives to this, right? Positives, obviously, it's put my name on the internet, on the BBC, not on the internet. I mean, I've told you about, you know, I'm in the documentary in 10 years' time when they go back and watch the Nicola Bully documentary the BBC people did. It'll be there. And it's got my name, @SuperChoffer. But I think it was a little bit blurred in with TikTokers. So TikTokers are in profiles, you know, portrait, aren't they? And they put their ats on all the TikTokers. And then when they put my clips, they put @SuperChoffer, right? And the name of the video. So I suppose that implies it's YouTube, but it didn't say YouTube. So people won't know exactly where to go, and they will be able to find it if they so chose to, you know, to do so. But it's not supposed to be an advert for me. I think it will eventually, you know, in the longer term, there will always be like, okay, so a different example. Vox magazine covered me and the documentary I did for the ASMR road trip thing that I did, the ASMR documentary, right? And so it's there on the internet, and when people see that, and for whatever traffic they get, a certain percentage will always click that video. And to me on the ASMR channel, it doesn't add up to much, but it means someone is always going to be watching that. Like, they just always are. And it's very similar to that, I suppose. It's this, like, it's not like an overnight. Maybe I should talk about this more on Twitch, because this is battery exhausted and we're just, you know, ending a big long week of this. But it is going to be like legacy views, if you know what I mean. Like, there will always be people that watch that documentary ongoing into the future of a certain number that are interested. You know what I mean? Like in 5 years' time, someone new will get interested in the Nicola Bully case, and as their interest takes them, they'll watch that documentary at some point. And then if they so chose, like a certain percentage, will look at those TikTokers or what I said and say, who is this SuperChoffer? So that will happen. But I don't think it would be like an overnight, you know, push me up the leaderboard or anything. I don't think that's what it's about. So I'm just grateful. Yeah, the main thing I'm finishing on, as usual, I hope, is gratitude. Oscar Wilde, who's he? But yeah. Oh, did I get named in the credits as well? I'll have to look under content creator. If that was the case, that's good. You know, listed as a content creator. I mean, as much as they listed all the TikTokers as content creators, and you know, everyone can be a content creator by turning on their phone and talking into it. That's the egalitarian world of YouTube, isn't it? Or TikTok. Like, it's just what it is. Do you want to look at the content? Do you want to look at the credits to see if I'm in the credits? I don't think, you know, it's a bit boring.
Disinformation. They'd already drafted like.
This place where she's been found is the only place along that river, really, where the road.
Are there credits on it?
Company.
Wait. It's doing that. I mean, I doubt they put a list of all the clips in there. Like, it would just be production stuff. Yeah, you wonder if I get an uptick on my Nicola Bully views. No, I don't think overnight I will. I don't think it's like I do nothing and then YouTube just gives me, like, people filter into my channel and start watching. I think the numbers, I mean, it's national. It's a national piece on the BBC. So there's a lot of exposure. Like, it'll be watched by millions of people, I suppose. Maybe. I don't know what their view numbers are, actually. You know, I don't know because I don't know. But I assume they'll be able to, get, like, if that dropped on YouTube, it'd get 1 million views, wouldn't it? Like, I don't know. Like, maybe not millions. Maybe it's not that big. I don't know. But however many people watch it, there might be a small percentage of people who feel inclined. But it's midway through, and like, it's like, you know, afterwards they might decide to think, who was that guy? Like, but not that many. But what will happen, like I said, is so it's not like an overnight success thing. But what it is that when people are interested in the Nicola Bully case, actually interested, my name will come up, like as part of a list of people on that documentary that, you know, and then they'll go and look at it. So ongoing into the future, my channel will have just a little bit more, like of a little bit of a trickle more from that, in the, it just generally ongoing, you know. And so it won't be like an overnight big filling up of the bucket, but it'll be like a drip, drip, drip effect of just every now and then someone else will come in and say, I saw you on this documentary, I found your channel, every now and then. But that's good, you know, that's absolutely massively positive. So I think some people might look at it and think, oh, they've made him look bad, and Scott looks like one of the bad people on social media. But you've got to work out, or bargain out, or reason out how many people think Paul is like sus and, you know, don't believe the mainstream line, and there's me representing a different opinion. So then they might say, well, what's this guy saying about? And if they did choose to look at my channel, they'd be surprised that I'm a bit more articulate and I'm saying a lot more intelligent stuff than just, oh, Paul might have murdered her. But I suppose the negative, the shame of it, like realistically, I would have looked a lot better if they'd give me the interview. Do you know what I mean? And like, you know, put me in the nice frame like they did with the others. And I would have spoken better and explained things better. Like Jizzy had that opportunity, you know. Jizzy will get a lot more views from it, won't she? And that Daily Mail woman might get some views, because they put them in the, you know, in it with the opportunity to look a bit more. Well, you know, they just showed them in a slightly better, gave them the opportunity to answer back to that. I mean, and Jizzy looks pretty bad in it as well, doesn't she? She like said all the same sort of stuff I said, like. But it, like, that's not what it was. Like, they weren't going to do that to me, were they? So, like, I'm actually just, yeah, I'm happy with it. Yeah. Like, really, you know, like, because today's show is about Alan and, you know, reflecting on that, isn't it? Like, really, when you think about it, like, the like, the feather in my cap, like, the badge of honour that I get is to be featured, isn't it? It's like, you know, I said those things, I'm on the internet, I'm doing my show, and for whatever reason, it's like notable enough, like, I don't know what the word is.
I get out of this. Such a difficult focus from that Sky interview, I think.
People.
Like, you know, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I'm really, yeah. I'm surprised that Alan tried to make it sound like I'd been embarrassed on the telly, because I haven't. Like, they could have really fucked me over, and like there's lots of different ways where it's subtle, where they, you know, I've explained it. They could have done me a better rub of the green and all that, but like, they haven't cut me out of context like completely badly, like the way it could have, people could do. And like, I mean, I'll tell you what it could have been, but I don't know, better or worse. But what about they showed the bit where I'm putting my willy in Alan's mouth or something? Like, that would have been good, wouldn't it? But like, then I'd have gone like, oh, you know, they've picked that bit. Like, this is a fairly, you know, mid-range bit of me, isn't it? Really, mid-range. Like, it's not my best bit, but it's not my worst bit. And like, so many people at home will be thinking the same thing. Actually, when I think about it, there's every chance that enough people will be sat at home thinking what I'm thinking and will still be thinking it, so might actually head over to Superchuff to see what this guy says about being in the documentary, because they didn't give him a chance to talk in the documentary. Maybe people will go and look. Maybe I'm underestimating the effect this could have.
Is not entirely correct here, is it?
And then that's what I say is so good about it, is that they won't go there and like, they'll go, like, people are smart enough and intelligent enough to not just be told what to think. So if they went and looked, they'd have their own mind to make up, and that's what I would be most grateful for, is that someone would just look and make up their own mind. So
because your missus is missing.
When the door's shut, you don't know what arguments have gone on. If
I suppose the way they edit this section, though, they might be arguing for not listening to people online instead, because like, this lady listened to people online and she ended up talking a load of nonsense, didn't she?
they were going to stay together, because there was a lot of rumours saying that they weren't.
And it does make me look like I was sort of making up rumours, because she was watching that thing and then it was me talking and then she's saying there was rumours, but I didn't say those rumours. So,
going to be staying together.
Every single scenario comes to a brick wall.
Does it though? Every single.
But like, I'm obviously integral to this piece of the edit, aren't I? To the critiquing of him. Like, what they like, I'm really happy here, aren't I? Actually, because Paul did an interview by the river. It's part of the story. Like this, actually, Alan should be watching this and hearing this.
Scenario comes to a brick wall.
But he won't, because it's a bit late, or he might be still. Anyway, just to conclude on this, because I'm talking about it again. It's the section where Paul's by the river. Yeah. Paul's by the river and he's doing his talking, and that's in the documentary, because like in their documentary, in any documentary about Nicola Bulley, that's going to be in it. Yeah. And then they're going to say people online critique that. They didn't. I tell you what, it's not fair, really. A little bit unfair. Is my analysis was a body language analysis of him. Yeah. But I didn't call it Paul Ansell body language. I called it Paul Ansell first impressions. So I might have come across better if that said Paul Ansell body language at the bottom instead of Paul Ansell first impressions. Do you know what I mean? But here's a channel on YouTube that's criticising his interview, and the one they've picked is the Super Chuffer. And there are a lot of channels criticising his interview, weren't there? That was like a big part of the Nicola Bulley case, and the one they've picked is the Super Chuffer. So that's a bit of a feather in my cap, really, isn't it? And if you want to go and see the other viewpoint, the people who said that Paul Ansell looked, oh, they're bad people, aren't they? They're bad people. This documentary makes them look like bad people. Yeah, get fucked. If you want to go and see it and hear it, there is an alternate viewpoint, and it was there at the time. Like, so it is there now. Like, it's still there. Like, and that's fair. So actually, it's kind of good. Like, it's actually really good. So Alan's only positive is to learn how he went wrong. I mean, did he though? Has he? Or is that just false contrition so that he can try and delude the judge into giving him a less harsh sentence? Alan's just out rolling around his own piss and vinegar. Yeah, you see, Jizzy was in there as well, questioning Paul Ansell in this documentary as well. Like, you know, she was brought up on the screen and saying, was he having a relationship with the other person? Or, like, you know, so, you know, and she said it's okay to raise red flags. Like, they gave her the clap back, and she said, well, you know, I think it's quite fair to look at this thing and raise red flags if the audience is doing it. Like, so, you know, like, it's just that I say things in a slightly different way, don't I? And I don't get the clap back, but you know, here it is.
Going out of her way, you know, to drum up an awful lot of media interest.
We don't know why she's missing, where she is. We just want her home.
Katie K's thinking like me. I'd like to know the relationship.
So she uses the putting the, you know, your comment. Jizzy uses the comment. I'd like to know the relationship of the friend and the husband, and Jizzy says, you're thinking like me. So, like, you know, they've edited her in basically. They haven't edited me in saying that I think he's shagging Emma. Right, they've kind of made pointed comments about it during the edit when I'm on the screen, but here she is saying it.
Between the friend and the husband. Me too. There's so many questions I have. If one feels there's something.
But she's not quite saying it, is she? She's not saying I think he's shagging Emma, or it could be shagging Emma, which is what I would say, like, really straightforward speech. But she'll just sort of like talk around it, and then here she gets the opportunity to look good in a little, like, you know, I've got a setup just like this. I'd look good as well if they, like, if I'd said that stuff and they put the camera on me and then I said, you know, something equivalent to, it's all right to be examining the red flags in Paul's interview because he looked pretty shifty, you know, and I said it in a nice way, with my nice haircut, and you know, then I'd look a lot better as well, wouldn't I guess? Well, better is irrelevant, but you know, yeah.
Definitely not right. I think it's important to acknowledge it's a red flag, and just.
I think it's important to acknowledge it's a red flag. So, like, that wasn't exactly, like, I called my video red flags, and I went through and punctuated the red flags. I said, this thing here is a red flag because the body language behaviour, and or in other cases, or, you know, I made it very clear. What happened there was someone in her chat said, I think there was something going on with the friend. And she said, yeah, I think so too. That's not acknowledging a red flag, is it? It's not giving an example and a reason and why. It's just like, yeah, I think so too. It's more like gossiping. But she was able to put her like thing on and say like that. So it's different the way they've handled Jizzy. But then she is friends with them, and they have, you know, she's put out the, I say friends with them, you know, Paul Ansell and his friend used her to put out the CCTV that she doctored, isn't it? So.
By the way, the partner, he hasn't done any on-camera media interviews from what I can find. Her parents are on camera, of course. He hasn't been. You make up your own mind.
Right, so it's interesting as well. I'm just seeing this now. I shouldn't need to go over this on Super Chuffer, not here. I don't know why I'm even doing this, but it's interesting that she, maybe it's her that prompted Paul to, you know, maybe they were watching this and he said, right, I should do an interview. Or maybe Emma was watching this and said that Paul needed to do an interview because it was Emma that prompted Paul to do the interview. I don't know.
Think about that.
But then Paul does the interview, and that's where we get into that. So, like, you know, in this sequence, Jizzy gets it as well, basically, doesn't she? It's just that they go to her house and interview her, and she gets the opportunity to say that she wasn't that bad. And in all of that, I get thrown in with the people who are gossiping, but I wasn't gossiping. I wouldn't stand for gossiping on my stuff. I wouldn't stand for anything off Facebook and he said, she said. And, you know, if someone said that in my chat, I would probably say, well, you know, we can't guarantee, you know, unless it, on the body language, I would. On the body language, go Emma in the work meter and this and that, you know, and like I would talk about things, but like I don't think I was like, you know, actually maybe I shouldn't lean too heavy on that because, you know, in fairness, in conversations, in streams, we probably did say some stuff, but like my attitude to it, you know, my attitude to it is to not entertain gossip and conjecture in that way. Certainly not. I've heard something off Facebook or he said, she said, and that, you know, certainly not that. So, but yeah, Jizzy got it there and the other lady got it there, and I got it a little bit as well, didn't I? Well, I got it. I was put on the screen saying things, so I don't know. It's funny, isn't it? Like, you know, in that little sequence, I suppose the only other ones that didn't get interviewed are the TikTokers who are just like, you know, yabbing in their phones on that little thing. Like, you know, these people on TikTok who get put up like this, like. I'm somewhere between the two, aren't I? I'm presented slightly differently to these people, but similarly in the edit, and then not quite as, you know, I wasn't handled in the same way as this woman where they had the cameras and they filmed her eye really close, you know, so I didn't get to that level on the documentary, but I certainly was handled a bit more seriously than just some people yelling on TikTok. I got a bit more prominence than that. Yeah, I'm just mulling over how I was perceived on that, which isn't my content here tonight. It's just I don't know why I'm doing it. I'm just talking to you chuffers. I'm just talking into the internet because you chuffers brought it up again at the end of it, which is just what happened with Jizzy then when that chuffer said something in her chat and she chose to talk about it. So I shouldn't be too heavy on that either.
The time made people question, including myself.
Do you ever get worried that being part of that increases the conspiracy theories?
No. I'm seeking to substantiate evidence, build things on reliable and reputable ideas.
Is not entirely correct here, is it? Because your missus is missing.
When the door's shut, you don't know what arguments have gone on.
Like what I'm saying makes sense. That is good. We're going to go through it in further detail in future episodes. I mean, it's full of it's one thing that's great about the documentary is it's full of like inconsistencies and issues that we can go through and talk about. So there's going to be content there. Anyway, look, 4 minutes 20. That's a good time to stop. 4:20. How about that? I'll play you out with the song, but I had to reset the system, so the song is not lined up, and that's annoying. But I get it. This is a song for Jason Dean Rothwell, and for all you bad chuffers out there, you be good, and if you can't be good, you're naughty. I might be on Twitch later, but we've gone on longer now, so it is nearly midnight. You bad chuffers. So yeah, you be good, and if you can't be good, you're naughty.
Bang!
This is the guy with barrel of meat in his yard. I've been decomposing with flesh and trash. To see the joy of the natural world, pretending to be a psychic for cash.
Big up Swamp Donkeys.
Found a body, I poked it with a stick. Police came and my name is up in lights. I found a body, I was a little sick. Police came and my name is basically mine. I'll do you a reading of seeing death. I'll do you a reading. I'm seeing someone come to harm. Oh, I'm getting the smell of stinky BS. I'm getting sleazy, creepy Bakewell tarts. Pretending to be a psychic for cash. The things I've had inside my mind, getting desperate, telling porkies. The grift, the lies, the times. Shouted, I named myself after Christian Slater in Heathers. I found a body, I poked it with a stick. With the things I've had inside my mind. Getting desperate, telling porkies. The grift, the lies, the times. Shouted, I named myself after Christian Slater in Heathers. I found a body, I poked it with a stick. Police came and my name is up in lights. I found a body, I was a little sick. Police came and my name is basically mine. I'm a savage, I'm getting fascination with death. I'll read your cards and take your breath away. Just ask the lad who ended up in the river all those years ago. He looked like Christian Slater, a little too much. I found a body, I poked it with a stick. With the things I had inside my mind. Getting desperate, telling porkies. The grift, the lies, the times. We looked all those years ago. He looked like Christian Slater, a little too much. I found a body.